Oh, greetings there, travelers. Welcome once again to Bible Study Devotional, as well as BMX learning. And maybe we'll get into a drawing stream where we're just gonna peer into God's Word and try to, practice to meditate on the Word of God. I don't even know if I'm doing these things correctly, but I feel like we do live in the age where we do have the technology to hopefully proclaim the gospel or go into the Great Commission or to even just look up some scriptures and stuff like this. I just want to apologize if anything that I say, the tonality of my words, how I'm crafting my words, I apologize if I am offending anybody, if I am making people feel bad and things of that nature. Hopefully we can learn how to bring encouragement and healing with our words. And so, yeah, that's kind of why we're also doing these Bible studies, is we're kind of just practicing. We're just practicing learning how to hone and craft our words in kind of an area where we can't really edit anything out. And we're in here. We're writing a 15 by 15 square foot area, and there are so many things to still be learned in this. And if any of you guys have any tips on any of these tricks, I'd love to hear it. The other thing I want to say is I feel like if any of you guys want to get into streaming, I would actually try, and you guys aren't sure if you have the right internet capacity, I would actually try to do the IRL streams first, in terms of the Wi-Fi IRL, because I think it takes the least amount of internet. I might be wrong on that though, but I know that for some reason I can stream on my phone and still it not be laggy, but for some reason I can't play like WoW or a game on the internet without me having an Ethernet cable, me being directly hooked into the Ethernet cable for some reason, which is really weird. But maybe in the future I might get back into doing the game streams. I have had some people ask me why I'm not doing the game streams anymore, because this very stream right here actually used to be a WoW stream, and I don't do the WoW streams anymore. And quite frankly, one of the big reasons why I'm not doing the game streams at the moment is because I'm trying to get back into drawing. For me personally, it's easy if I kind of almost feel like if I landlock myself out of something, it kind of gets me to do things that sometimes can be a bit frustrating or just a bit harder, because sometimes the drawings, I just get frustrated with them, and then, sometimes I just want to do something a little bit easier or something like that. But if I landlock myself out of certain things, and just treat that little thing as like, I basically treat the drawing as kind of like the video game at the moment. So yeah, anyway, let's get into, we're going to get into just reading a commentary. We're going to get into the topic of disappointment today, right? I feel like I have done some Bible studies on it, but I feel like we need to re-up on it, because I feel like everybody gets disappointed in things in their lives, and I feel like that's why I'm going to look up a commentary. I'm just curious what they're going to say on disappointment, right? And how can we heal disappointment? How can we maybe better shield ourselves away from being disappointed? Because I feel like that would be a very harsh life. Imagine if we were just going through life and every single day we were just disappointed, right? I feel like that would kind of weigh heavy upon my mind. And it would probably make me feel less enthusiastic about things, and I'd probably get a little bit more depressed or pessimistic. And we're trying to get more into the optimistic and trying to have bear the fruits of the Spirit and stuff like that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to look at commentary, and we're going to read this commentary, and let's see what some other believers say on disappointment. So I'm going to type in here, disappointment Bible study. And this is the very first one. I guess I haven't read. I feel like I have done a Bible study on it, but I guess I haven't, because this thing is not purpleized. I guess let's just read this. What is this going to say? I mean, let me bring out the Bible. I'm actually wondering, on the top of my head, are there any scriptures that even make me think about disappointment? I guess it's making me think about, I think it's 1 Corinthians 10:12. It's about like boasting in our weaknesses, and God uses our weaknesses or something like that. Let me see if that is the right verse. I guess I don't know where that is. Is it 1 Corinthians? Is it 2 Corinthians 10? Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I even remember where these things are at. It is not. Let me actually look it up. Let me look this verse up now because I actually forgot where it is. God uses our weakness. Bible verse. What verse is that? Oh, that's 2 Corinthians 12. Man, I was pretty close, huh? We were pretty close on that one. That's 2 Corinthians 12:9. I guess it's kind of making me think about, disappointment is kind of making me think about this verse, I guess. 2 Corinthians 12:9, but he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me. And what stands out to me with this verse right here, actually, is it always reminds me, because some of the Bible studies that we actually done, a good amount of Bible studies on this verse, I feel like this verse is actually very prominent in a lot of believers' lives. And from the Bible studies and the commentaries that we read on 2 Corinthians 12:9, some of these other believers or pastors or whoever wrote these commentaries, some of them have brought up the word failure and how many times in our lives we go through instances where we're failing over and over and over again, right? And sometimes just the act of failing at something makes actually me feel disappointed sometimes, right? I think it makes most people feel disappointed. And then now this isn't actually a part of what I've heard other believers go into, but if you look up some documentaries on like Olympic athletes and stuff, I feel like it's weird because I don't remember most of the things in these documentaries, but I do remember there was this one chick and she specifically said what was really weird about Olympic athletes is that most times people think that they're these genetically gifted, altered individuals, right? And a lot of them actually are. That's kind of the funny thing. But what she said is that many times what she has found throughout her being in the Olympics and stuff is it's actually the people that never gave up. That it's actually the people that are in the Olympics many times are actually the people that failed the most, but they never gave up. And I feel like that really sticks with me a lot. And I always just think about that. And the act of failure also kind of goes into the fear of failure and how many times me as well, we don't want to start something because we were like, oh, well, we might just fail at this. So why do I even want to start this? Or if I start this, people are going to make fun of me, or how are these people going to judge me or something like this? So I don't even want to do it whatsoever, right? And it is weird to think about this, and it does make me think about failure sometimes. And it kind of makes me think that even in our weakness, if we can continue to keep going, that God might even use it as a strength in our lives. It sounds very weird. It sounds strange. There's a lot of Bible studies on 2 Corinthians 12:9. That's what it's making me think of. What else? Okay, disappointment. What other verses make me think about disappointment? Honestly, I don't know. I would have to skim through I feel like no other verses at the moment are kind of I guess maybe James. If we go into James 1 talking about us going through our trials with joy, I guess that's kind of making me think. And by the way, take everything I'm saying right now with a grain of salt, because right now I like to just think, what if somebody just came up to me and was just like, okay, what do you think about disappointment in a biblical sense, right? What would I say to this person right now? I guess some people could just break out their phone and just look up a Bible study on disappointment or something, but it is interesting to think, what are the verses, if any verses, that come up to your mind just on the spot, right? And I guess the weakness verse came up to me, and then I guess James is coming up to me for some reason. I guess because it goes into, count it all joy, my brothers, when you meet trials of various kinds. For you know that the testing of your faith produces steadfastness, and let steadfastness have its full effect, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing. What is steadfastness? I feel like steadfastness is endurance, resilience, steadfastness. Why does it have the word fast in there, right? Like, is it kind of like keeping the pace? I feel like that's kind of, for some reason when I think about steadfastness, I think about like steed, like, because I feel like, let's look up the definition of steadfastness, actually. Let's look that up right now. Steadfastness, Bible definition. I feel like I've never looked this word up. It's actually very strange. Let's see here. Which one should we read up in here? Steadfast meaning. What was I going to say? Steadfastness, Colossians 2:5. Some take this figuratively in a military sense of a solid front. Under the word, what is it else going to say? That's all they're going to say on that? What in the world? Just being solid, I guess? That's weird. I feel like there would be more into that. Let me see some more. Let's read some more on this, actually. Let's see what other... Okay, so what is this? What is the KJV definition going to stay? Steadfast. Fast, fixed, firm, firmly fixed, or established by a steadfast globe of earth. Constant, firm, resolute, not fickle or wavering. Not fickle or wavering. Abide steadfast to thy neighbor in the time of his trouble. Him resist, steadfast in the faith. 1 Peter. Steadfastness. Let's read this one. Firmness of standing, fixedness in place, firmness of mind or purpose. Fixedness in principle, constancy. Wow. I never would have... That's so weird. I never really would have thought, like, steadfastness would be consistency. That's kind of weird. I feel like that's something new, I guess I learned. Resolution as the steadfastness of faith. He adhered to the opinions with steadfastness. I guess that kind of goes into like being fickle. I guess that kind of makes sense though, because it's bringing up not being fickle or wavering, and I guess what causes us to not be consistent, right? It would maybe certain aspects might get us a little bit more fickle or wavering or kind of like bending around or something like that, right? It's really weird, right? Now, I don't know. Does this go upon disappointment? Because I feel like, would disappointment affect our ability to be steadfast in the faith? I think so in some areas, right? Now, I'm actually wondering, what other verses? Are there any other verses I can even ponder on about disappointment? I feel like those are the only ones that are popping out right now. I mean, I guess I could really... Like, if I really wanted to, I could just really, really look and really just gauge and see, okay, well, this one kind of makes me think about it as well. But I guess it was those two verses at the moment. And I guess it's kind of weird that the two verses that popped out to me for the topic of disappointment would be ones of endurance, right? Would us becoming disappointed, would that mean that we have maybe a lacking of maybe steadfastness in our life, maybe endurance in our life? I really don't know, right? But now we're going to look into a Bible commentary. Now let's see what some other believers are going to say on this. Let's see, because I feel like this is a very big topic, and unfortunately, I feel like I should have so much more to say about this, but I actually don't, unfortunately. So, but that's why we're doing these Bible studies. Because I do these Bible studies not only to practice these things, but these Bible studies are for my own mind as well, everybody. It's not like I'm just doing these things, right? It's like these things are for me as well, because I get disappointed a lot too, right? So let's see here. So we're going to find a Bible study. Okay, we found a Bible study right up in here. This is the very first one that pops up. So, I don't know. Take it with a grain of salt. This is the one that we're going to read. This one's on Bible Study Tools. This site comes up a lot, but let's see what this one says. What to do when we feel disappointed with God or life, by Christy Walker. Wow, this one actually has the author in it. For some reason, Got Questions does not put the author of who wrote it. Let's read this. And it shows this disappointed individual. Look at this illustration. Disappointed individual. I feel like we've all felt like that. Even if you don't want to say that you felt like that, I feel like we've all felt like that, right? So let's read this. What is this going to say? Disappointment results from an unfulfilled, self-appointed expectation, longing, desire, or hope in someone or something other than God and His will. We've all been there. We've had a dream for our lives, and it didn't play out the way we had hoped. Unmet or unfulfilled expectations lead to disappointment. As believers in God, though, sometimes we wrongly assume it's God who has failed us, instead of just our expectations. This thought progression can lead to something very sad. Disappointment with God. Holy moly. Okay, right, let's keep going. Our expectations for life are often formed during adolescence and young adulthood. These tend to be the years when we are more concretely decide if we want to get married, have children, study, pursue a certain career, work toward achieving a level of financial security. It seems universally true that we as humans have desires, goals, and plans for our lives. It's when those expectations go unmet that disappointment creeps in. You know what? It's actually weird. It's so strange. After I read just like a little bit of another believer's insights onto this topic, and now I wonder if they're actually going to bring up these verses, but it's actually making me think of these verses I think about a lot, actually. And it's weird that I wouldn't have thought about this. Now it's actually making me think about anxiety. And it's making me think about this verse right here, right? Therefore, do not be anxious about tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Sufficient for the day is its own trouble, right? And it's weird because in the KJV version, this verse of Matthew 6:34, it says, "Take no thought of the morrow." I actually find that one super gnarly. Because I don't know, especially I'm wondering what these KJV only. I've met some of these believers and they're like, dude, KJV only. You don't read any of the other translations and all this other. It's kind of weird, actually. I'm not like that, but I mean, I guess I have met believers that are like that. But it is really weird if you read the KJV version of Matthew 6:34. Let's actually just break. Let's open up the ones that doesn't seem like I'm making something up. Matthew 6:34 KJV. The KJV one is really, really gnarly, right? Because if you read the KJV version, take therefore no thought for the morrow. For the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. I mean, how many, and it's so crazy because this says take no thought of the tomorrow, right? But how many times do we even think about all these things way out in the future, right? And these really crazy future events. Not saying that this is a bad thing to do, but I feel like maybe that kind of gives people anxiety. Like, imagine if you put all your eggs in one basket in the future. Like, this is going to work out. All this stuff's going to work out. And it doesn't happen to you. I feel like you would get very disappointed. Maybe because of expectations that were unmet. Right, and I have heard some pastors, there are some sermons on this verse in particular saying, imagine if we were to just die every single day, right? Imagine if we just died every single day. How crazy would that be, right? What would one thing be that we could do for the Lord that day? And I know some believers have brought up thinking about like living each day as your last or something like that. Or if you had one day to live, what would you do it? How would you live that day to God, right? Like imagine if I were to die tomorrow. Would there be something that I would want to do for God today? Right? I don't know, right? But I guess that's what you got to take that with a grain of salt too, because that is something these are things I have heard from other believers, but it does go into kind of that like cheesy, like that cheesy phrase, like live each day as your last or something like that. I don't really necessarily think it's really along the lines of this one. This is just more, I think, going more into not worrying about too many things that might be out of our control at the moment, stuff like that, and maybe just trying to focus on the present moment, right? But I might be wrong on that. But it's kind of making me think of the commentary that we're reading. So let's get back into the commentary that we're reading. Our expectations for life are often formed during... Oh, wait, I just read that. Why do we feel disappointed? Common disappointments fall into the following categories. These are the categories: identity, romantic love, family, career, people, and I guess we'll just read all these now. Okay, identity is the first one. Who you are may represent your biggest disappointment. Maybe you struggle with your appearance, athletic ability, character, academic performance, intellectual capability, social or emotional intelligence, or something else. Or maybe you're dissatisfied with some facet of your gender identity. These are real issues facing real people. Our very identity can be the hardest thing we face. Romantic love. Listen to almost any song on the radio and this disappointment will surface in the lyrics. We want to love and be loved. This isn't just a desire for most of us. It's an expectation. We expect to find love, and though we may not admit it to our own idealisms, we expect that we look long, and if we look long and hard enough, we'll find love that will last a lifetime. Wow, that was a tongue twister right there. But I feel like that is kind of interesting to think about, I guess. I guess a lot of songs are kind of, they have something to do with like love or something like that. Actually, a lot of songs. Now, it's actually weird. I never really thought about it that much, but it is actually very interesting. How crazy would it be if we took an analysis of how many songs there was just some, how much do emotions play into how people write their music and stuff like that? Huh? It's kind of interesting thinking about that. Anyway, let's keep going. Family. For the majority of humans, we also want a family. Maybe you had a great family growing up and you want to reproduce that. Maybe you had a broken and dysfunctional family and you want what you didn't have. Most of us, though, desire a family in some way, whether we biologically reproduce, foster, adopt, or live in a community with those we considered family. Most of the world's population will seek to achieve the concept of a family unit. Okay. Career. What do you want to be when you grow up is a question that is asked of us repeatedly as we mature and develop into adults. A good many of us develop expectations surrounding what we want to do or how to contribute to society. These expectations often stem from our natural skill sets, interests, and abilities. If we can't accomplish our career dreams, that disappointment can be emotionally challenging and even crippling. Feeling stuck in a job or career that doesn't lead to happiness or fulfillment can be very defeating. People. Other people can be our undoing. Emotionally speaking, we expect people to act a certain way toward us, and when they don't, it can be very troubling or hurtful. Plain and simple, people can let us down and be sources of great disappointment. The mistakes or choices of others can even feel like they ruin our lives. Wow. I feel like I'm just reading a psychological... I feel like whoever wrote this commentary, I'm pretty sure is a psychologist or a therapist, or they have read a lot of that, because I'm going to be honest, this is probably one of the most psychologist-ish commentaries I've actually read as a commentary on, and it's weird because this is on Bible study tools. It's kind of interesting. Okay, keep going, man. There's a lot of things I guess that give us disappointment. I guess that's a big one to think about, is what are these topics that actually get us to be disappointed, right? And another one is health. We expect to live lives, relatively healthy lives. Injuries, illnesses, and challenges touch us all. But diseases, disorders, disabilities, and negative medical diagnoses can shock at the best and debilitating and devastating at worst. Health, of course, isn't just physical. We also desire and even expect mental and emotional health as well. The lack or loss of health can rock our worlds. Death. Life's greatest disappointment is arguably death itself. It's not that we don't know we will die or that those we love will die. It's that we expect life to be long. Living to a ripe old age is what most of us hope for when we are young. We want to grow old with someone we love. Death in old age is one thing, but when lives seem to be cut short, it can utterly rip us apart. All right, and then it's going into God's timing. So let's cover those topics again. What are the topics? So it's death, or this believer brought up death, health, people, career, family, romantic love, identity. So that's 7 of them. I feel like there's so many other ones that bring up. I feel like the one that they could have touched on a little bit, which they barely touched on at all, is people. Look, there's just like a little paragraph on people. But I actually feel like that is actually very interesting if you have been in a situation where, I guess, other people make you feel disappointed about your own life. And I feel like what they didn't touch on, they didn't go into, is the aspect of envy and coveting, right? Because I feel like that is just such a big, I can't even believe I haven't even thought about that, about disappointment, because I feel like envy, jealousy, coveting can make your life feel so janky and just like you're not even good enough to even be a part of anything, and you're always just going to be less than. And then you envy others of wanting to live their lives, right? And it's always kind of like the grass is always greener on that side or something like that, right? And I feel like that is a very big one. And there's so many scriptures that go into envy and jealousy, right? And it's kind of weird that they didn't bring that up, because that is such a big one, man. If I would have added anything into this commentary, it would be envy. How people make us feel envious and how we want to be them, or we want to have what they have, or we covet what they have because we think that's exactly what we need in our lives at times, right? I don't know, it's weird. That's a very big one. That's a very big disappointment. I feel like that's honestly the biggest disappointment I feel in my own life, honestly, if I confess something. Okay, let's keep going. God's timing. God's timing. It seems like this list would end or culminate with death. It can't get worse than that, right? But there's one added category that often seems mean or uncaring. For those of us who believe in God, his concept of timing can be shockingly difficult to grapple with. It affects all of our other expectations. Think about it. We have expectations for when or timing of everything. We want to find love and or start a family by a certain age. Find a job when we need it. Act. We want to be financially secure by our 60s so that we can enjoy retirement. We want to live long enough to feel like we experienced and completed everything we wanted to. We have bucket lists of everything we want to accomplish by a certain age or decade. We have a mental clock for everything, and yet God's clock is often different than ours. And that can result in feelings of anger, disillusionment, and disappointment. Very interesting. And I guess that one kind of makes me think, just reading that paragraph, I guess that one kind of makes me think about like Moses leading the Israelites in the wilderness for 40 years, right? And it's so crazy because that whole story is so strange, because the Israelites are like, we want to leave slavery. We're going to freaking get out of here. We're going to go out there. We're free, we're free. And then it's so funny because then God puts them out in the wilderness for 40 years. And you know what's actually the most ironic thing that they say? They say that they miss being where they were. The place that they were, the place that they wanted to leave from. Captivity. They wanted to leave captivity. They went into the wilderness for 40 years. And when they were out in the wilderness for 40 years, they said they missed being in captivity. They missed the food. They missed like the garlic and the leeks or something like that. And they missed all these accommodations when they were actually in that position, right? And I guess that kind of also makes me think about like the grass is maybe always greener on the other side or something like that, right? And it's just strange, right? It's strange to think about all that stuff. It's so weird that, man, that story is such an interesting one. It's a story of like you wanting to leave a situation and you being happy that you're leaving that situation only for you to be disappointed when you get out of that situation and you wanting to go back. And it's so, man, that's such an interesting one. I feel like the wilderness season in many of our lives is a very strange one, right? And by the way, I also want to say, from what I've learned about the wilderness, right? The wilderness isn't, I mean, it could be you maybe becoming homeless or living out in the wilds, but I feel like a wilderness season could be any season of lacking in your life. Like, what are you lacking at the moment? Maybe God has you in a strange wilderness season of that lacking, right? I mean, that's what I've heard anyway. Okay, now let's go on into God's solution to disappointment. Disappointment touches us all. It's what we do with it that will make or break us. Some people believe that disappointment can be avoided by simply lowering expectations, or even expecting the worst so that we aren't surprised when it happens. You know, it's actually kind of funny because that's actually what I do. I'm going to be honest, that's actually what I do think about. Sometimes I just think about like the worst case scenario and I'm just like, all right, well, and then if it happens, it's not as hurtful on my mind or psyche or something like that. But I don't know if that's the right way to do it, right? What is this going to say? God offers a different and better solution. His solution, stated over and over again in Scripture, is for us to hope in Him and His will for our lives. He is the only person who cannot and will not disappoint us because He cannot fail. Take a look at these promises from the Word of God. I guess now they're bringing up some scriptures. Man, it's kind of crazy. We read like 7 paragraphs already. These are the first verses that they're bringing up. Because it's actually weird, because I feel like that's another thing. It's always strange, like reading all these different commentaries, because I'm noticing like a lot of the older commentaries, sometimes they don't even like put the entire verse in. They put snippets of verses in, and then they go into their own thoughts on that, and then they put another snippet of verses in. And it's really strange, and sometimes they don't even link it where you can click on it and link it. Now this one's interesting because this one kind of felt like we just read like a psychology analysis of disappointment, and then they're bringing up verses, which I find that very interesting, right? But these are the verses that they're comboing it with today. I wonder if they're going to bring up any of the verses that I thought of. My flesh and my heart may fail, but God is the strength of my heart and my portion forever. Psalms 73, 26. Therefore we do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but what is unseen, since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal. 2 Corinthians 4:16 through 18. For no word from God will ever fail. Luke 1:37. As for God, His way is perfect. The Lord's word is flawless. He shields all who take refuge in Him. 2 Samuel 22:31. Man, that's actually a very strange one, right? That one's actually really strange to think about. Man, for some reason, there's like a lot of verses that I think, what do all these other denominations think about, right? Like, imagine if we brought this verse up to every single denomination, would they all be like, yeah, we all agree with that scripture? Like, that would be very strange to hear, because they'd be like, that's strange. So is the Lord, is it not using all these denominations or something? I really don't know, right? But anyway, that's a whole different Bible study, but let's keep going. Why, my soul, are you downcast? Why so disturbed within me? Put your hope in God, for I will yet praise Him, my Savior and my God. Psalms 42:11. To you they cried out and were saved. In you they trusted and were not disappointed, put to shame. Psalms 22:5. Now let's go into another little commentary thing. Man, this is a long commentary. Disappointment stems from our own expectations for life. God's plan and will for our lives is for good and for His glory. If we desire only what He desires for us, we will experience much more peace. If we trust Him with all our hearts, not leaning on our own wisdom and understanding, He will establish our lives in a way that will lead to our ultimate spiritual good. Let him write the story of your life. Man, I feel like that's a very scary thing to do, though, right? But it is actually, because I know it's kind of weird because they brought up, they actually brought up this verse right here, trust in the Lord with all your heart. And it's so strange to do that, right? Because it goes into like God's will and us trying to fulfill God's will. And in some cases, it also goes into, do we want to pick up the cross for the Lord, right? Because in so picking up that cross, right, unfortunately, there can be a lot of humiliation and a lot of doubt and a lot of gnarly things come with that, right? But also within that, there's so many things that we grow into strength in from carrying the cross, right? And I feel like humiliation is a very interesting one, but also that goes into embarrassment, right? And also within embarrassment, it goes into kind of the fear of judgment of others, right? Imagine if you could just do anything and not fear the judgment of what other people would think of you. Imagine if you just totally were just like, boom, we just gonna send it all the time. I don't even care what people think about me. I'm just gonna be real, right? And it's so interesting, right? Because many times what society places on us is to feel like we should be judged by others and we should feel scared to do certain things, right? And it's kind of weird to think about that, right? Let's keep going. I'm bringing up this verse. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your path straight. Do not be wise in your own eyes. Fear the Lord and shun evil. And that was, that was the thing. By the way, they did a little synopsis. That's the person that wrote this one. Christy Walker has been a missionary in Berlin, Germany for over 19 years. It's interesting. Berlin, Germany. Wow, I would have not to think that a person from Germany would have wrote this commentary right here. So let's read one more commentary because I kind of like to have different viewpoints of what people like. Imagine if, so we're just going to read another commentary on disappointment and just see what some other believers say on this. And we're going to read an easier commentary right now. Well, I think it should be easier. We're going to read a Got Questions one. What is this one going to say? Got Questions. How can I overcome disappointment with life? Now, is it going to say the exact same? How crazy would that be? How crazy would it be if you read something and it was the exact same thing that somebody else wrote, right? That would be a trip, huh? One of the unfortunate byproducts of living in a sinful fallen world is that every person, Christian or not, experiences pain and suffering and disappointment in this life. From failed relationships to unfulfilled dreams, life can be filled with sorrow and disappointment. In fact, Jesus assured us of it. In this world you will have trouble. John 16:33. No one is immune. In overcoming disappointments, it is important to keep them in perspective. Even though we cannot eliminate suffering or disappointment this side of heaven, it can become less formidable when viewed from a different vantage point. The first thing to keep in mind is this: no amount of suffering or disappointment we experience in this life can ever undo what God has done for us in Christ, apart from Scripture. It is very difficult to have a proper perspective on suffering and disappointment, and these things rarely make sense to those unacquainted with God's Word. Neither psychology nor philosophy can offer a sufficient explanation for it. Wow. That is a very strange thing to say in a commentary, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be flat out honest. That's the first time I've read something like where they said something like that in a commentary. No social science can work restoration on the soul. Only God can do this. Psalms 23:3. The truth is, our trials and disappointments, though we may not like them, do serve a purpose. It is through trials that we learn patience and humility, endurance and trust, virtues that strengthen us and develop godly character. Okay, so I got it a little bit right, everybody. I know the first commentary, I feel like I didn't hit one point whatsoever, I'm going to be honest. But at least with this commentary, they brought up endurance, which is so strange that they brought that up, right? The other commentary, I feel like they didn't even bring up anything about endurance or patience and stuff like that. This is what always trips me out about reading multiple commentaries, right? It's because like it's always like one believer, or I wouldn't say one believer, but all these different believers kind of add something. Maybe not add, but like they put in a different viewpoint that another believer maybe didn't think about, or they kind of forgot about, or something like that, right? Very interesting to me. Also, it is during the difficult times that we learn to rely on God and experience firsthand the absolute trustworthiness of His Word. We also learn the truth of what Paul taught. God's power is at its strongest when we are at our weakest. Holy moly, dude. Maybe, bro, because I'm pretty sure I have done some Bible studies on disappointment, and maybe I remembered it, bro. That's crazy, dude. They brought up the verse. I did not read this in the beginning today, but I might have read this commentary before, but I don't remember it. Isn't that crazy, man? What in the world? Well, if there's anything, at least I somewhat, in the deep recesses of the mind, at least I remembered a little snippet. There is some reason why that verse popped out at me, right? Hey, Abosi, that 10. Welcome. Welcome, traveler. Welcome to the tavern, where we learn more of God's Word, where we try to meditate on the Scriptures. Welcome. Today, the topic is disappointment. What do you think about disappointment? First thing that you think about, are there any scriptures, maybe you're not even a believer, anything you think of whatsoever on disappointment? Because I'm going to be honest, I go through disappointment a lot. A lot of people go through disappointment, right? Now the thing is what are we supposed to do when we are disappointed? Well, first off, I think what we should be doing is having a viewpoint within the kind of the viewpoint of what God's will goes through within that, right? That's what I think. I might be wrong on that, but I feel like that's what we should be doing with everything, right? But I feel like disappointment can also cripple people. It can hinder people. It can hinder enthusiasm. It can hinder us from being joyful. It can hinder us from wanting to help other people. It can hinder us from wanting to just be cheerful or just being optimistic, right? And I feel like that is such an important one, right? Because imagine if you were called, or maybe I wouldn't say called, but imagine if you had to do something very, very hard, right? But you were always disappointed with life, man. Dude, I feel like you're probably going to give up, bro. You know, it's like it's going to be even harder to do this hard thing if you're already disappointed with life and stuff like this, right? So, yeah. Sarah, it's easy. Sarah? Yeah, disappointment's a weird one. How did you find this stream? How did you find this stream? Anyway, that's where we're at. We're reading this commentary, though, on disappointment. As W.A.W. Tozer observed, if the truth were known, the saints of God in every age were only effective after they had been wounded. Oh, let's see here. But what do you do if your parents are disappointed in you because you are not like your brothers? Wow. Well, that's actually a very, very important part, because I feel like the other commentary we read, it went into people. Other people can make us feel disappointed. And I'm going to be honest, I brought up envy, right? Well, maybe your parents feel envious of some of your brothers because you are not like them, right? Or like them, right? But I don't know. It's also, you have to think about the viewpoint of your parents. Maybe your parents just want the best for you, and things of that nature, right? Which I guess when we're younger, we don't really think about it that way, but, because sometimes we want to just do everything our own. But That's a very, very important one, though. Because, man, I feel like that, what you just said right there, so many people go through, you know? And I mean, I guess here's another thing. It would be maybe, what is the viewpoint of your parents? Like, could you get into the mind frame of your parents? There is, I forgot what book it is. Fudge, what book was it? Elijah Long was talking about it. I can't even remember. Oh, it's the book. It's called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I haven't read the book. I've heard this guy Elijah Long. He brings it up so many times, right? He's brought that book up probably 40 times in his YouTube videos. The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. He always brings that stuff up, right? I never really looked into that book until it was like the 40th time this guy talked about it. I was like, bro, you brought this book up like 40 times. All right, I'm going to look it up, right? There's a synopsis of the book. I haven't actually read the book. But I literally have just listened to it maybe a week ago. But in the book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, it basically goes into every person you meet, right? No matter who it is. Every person you meet has their own viewpoints of everything. They have their own perspective. Everybody that you meet has their own perspectives. They go through their own challenges, their own trials, their own subsets of disappointments, of encouragements, of what, made them feel loved, what made them happy, what makes them sad. And many times we are not aware of all these things that happen to other people's lives, right? And it goes into talking about that there's somewhat of emotional bank accounts in people. If we think about everybody, right? There's this emotional taxation that starts happening in other people's lives, right? So say I were to try to influence somebody, right? And say I just made fun of that person. I made that person feel bad. Well, if I were to like, okay, well, are you going to try and influence that person? If you just hurt somebody in the mind, in the ego, if you hurt that person, do you think you're going to have a better influence over that person? No, they'd probably be like, they're going to be resistant. They're going to be like, hey, this person tried to hurt me. No, I don't like this guy. Or they're going to be a little bit more standoffish, right? Well, now imagine this, but in the perspective of your parents, right? Your parents also have emotional bank accounts. And how we could put it as an example, we can put an example of, when you do things and your parents get pissed off at you. Well, the thing is what are things that you can do with your parents that actually make them happy for you, or actually you made them happy, right? And the thing is that we have to be aware of the emotions that we're giving off to other people, right? Especially if we get into wanting to encourage people, wanting to win friends, wanting to learn from other people, it's almost like there's these auras and these energies that we give off. But the thing is that many times we are not aware of our own auras, of our own emotional energies that we're giving off to other people, right? And I'm doing a very bad job at kind of explaining this book, but it kind of goes into that. And it is interesting because in the mind frame of the Bible, what are we called to do, right? We're called to bear the fruits of the Spirit, right? Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, self-control. I might have missed one. But not only that, is that we're called, one of the big ones is we're called to love. We're called to love others, right? Well, in the aspect of influencing people and winning friends and things of this nature, well, if you're hurting people, if you're making fun of other people, well, you're probably going to have a hard time gaining more friends like that. Unless you're gaining, and the friends that you might be gaining might be people that hurt themselves, right? Because imagine if I'm just out here and I'm just like, just bagging on everybody. I'm just like, imagine if I just saw some crippled person and I was like, dude, that dude can't even do anything. And I'm just like making fun of him. And you can only imagine, okay, so if I'm putting that energy off, imagine you making other friends, right? You think I'm going to be making friends that are like completely like encouraging and stuff like that? You might be attracting people that are hurt themselves, right? And this is something that we're not aware of many times, right? And by the way, please take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. I don't know too much about this. I've only just kind of barely nudged the... Actually, I guess I do. I do know a little bit about it, just because Elijah Long brings it up a lot. Yeah. Let's see here. But I expect that sometimes it still affects my decisions even a little. Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I also feel like, I'm going to be honest, what you bring up, I don't know if there's a psychological thing about this, but you know how sometimes, many times, brothers go opposite directions? You know, like, I don't know, I wouldn't say every brother does that, but a lot of brothers, it's like, oh, well, my brother does this. Well, I want to do the exact opposite. You know, it's like, I want to do something different than my brother. Well, maybe that's actually the very thing that you bring up, of like you not wanting to be like, you know, imagine your parents like, well, why aren't you like your brother? And then that kind of gets in your mind and you're like, you know what? I'm going to do the complete opposite now. Because I don't know too much about parenting, but there is this chick. She's a believer. Her name's Jackie Stout actually, she just got married. Her name is Jackie. I don't remember her name now. Her name before she got married, it was Jackie Stout, right? But she had some videos talking about parenting, right? And that many times if we're like parenting people or kids or something like that, right? Sometimes kids do the exact opposite because, I don't know, there's something in a kid's mind that, I don't know what it's called. There's some sort of psychological term for it. When you tell somebody to do something, especially if you do it in a tone that is very harsh, like, go pick up your toys now, or like, you're not doing good, and you do it in such a harsh tone, that there's a resistance in your tone. And in their mind, they actually want to do the exact opposite, right? Because it's like they're kind of wanting to fight you, but, you know, they can't physically fight you, so they fight you via other actions that they're maybe not aware of. Especially as younger children and stuff like this. They don't really understand that they're going through this kind of stuff. So I don't know. Does that make any sense? I feel like that was crazy talk right there, but like if you really look deeper into it, there's a lot of things that people have talked about all that stuff. It's very interesting, I think. Now I apologize if I confused you in any way, but I feel like that might be an interesting one, right? Just, you know, I mean, I guess another big one would be to point out, just like here, I'll show you the commentary. Let's see here. Disappointment Bible study. So I think if you were really wanting to like analyze like maybe how to go about what you're feeling right now, is to maybe do what this commentary did. I'll show you right here. Now I don't know. It seems kind of cheesy, but like I'll be honest, it might help you. I don't know. I don't know how to do this really either. So I'm trying to learn as well as you are. But see how this one, it says like, why do we feel this? This by the way, this is on Bible Study Tools, right? This site right here. But what Bible Studies Tools did is, look, they did this. Why do we feel disappointed? They wrote down, they categorized all these things of why they feel disappointed. Now, could you categorize in your own life, or maybe your parents, if you had the viewpoint of your parents, why do your parents think they're disappointed with you, right? It might be identity, romantic love, family. You know, maybe your parents think that. Maybe your parents want you to raise a family, and now they're all disappointed because they're like, oh, well, you're not going to have any kids or something like that. So now they're disappointed, right? You know, there's so many variables to all this, right? Career, you know, people, death, health, all sorts of things, right? God's timing, all this stuff, all affects all this stuff, right? But this isn't just one end-all, be-all. I just want to say this is actually a very complex topic. These are only just brushing the surface of disappointment, because imagine every time you felt disappointed. It's not just all of these. There's like probably millions and millions and millions of things that can make us feel disappointed, right? But I feel like if we can better understand and maybe better categorize and better list out these things, that when we do feel disappointed, what are ways we can do to kind of, what are ways we can do to be like, okay, well, I know how I can at least go towards a goal now. Because, you know, many times if we go through these emotions, I feel like if we don't have sometimes we're just like beating the wind, right? We go through these emotions and we're like, I don't know what to do. And then we just get more frustrated, right? But I feel like if you can even have even the smallest little goal, right? Even the smallest little hill. I wouldn't even say like a giant mountain you need to climb, though sometimes people do have mountains to climb. But even if you have just a little target to just aim for, even if it's just a really such a strange little target, at least you have a target to move towards, right? At least you have something to kind of aim towards. Because sometimes I feel like when I was younger, I was just going through these emotions and I would get so frustrated and so angry that I would just be all over the place. I was just like this whirlwind of just like, and then like that kind of got me into all other stuff, right? Which didn't heal me, right? Like trying to do drugs and trying to do all these other things. And then I got in trouble by the cops and stuff like this, which isn't good. It's not good to do that stuff. But I feel like if I had more of a kind of like these emotional goals, if I went through some sort of weird emotion, boom, I at least have some sort of little goal or maybe a little list to be like, okay, I need to be aware of these things. Boom, instead of like being completely lost and just beating the air, just being like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I probably made no sense whatsoever, but I feel like that might help though. Anyway, let's keep going on with this commentary. Holy jabango, let's see here. It is important that our perspective includes eternity. Our time on earth is an incalculably small fraction of our eternal journey. Consider the Apostle Paul and the persecution he was subjected to while spreading the gospel. Although his litany of suffering seems unbearable by any measure, he amazingly referred to his hardships as light and momentary troubles. This is because he focused on the eternal glory that far outweighed any earthly disappointments he experienced. 2 Corinthians 4:17 and Romans 8:18. We can do this, he said, when we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but rather what is unseen, our heavenly home. 2 Corinthians 4:18. It is faith that allows us to see the unseen. That's why faith is such an indispensable element of the Christian life. Scripture teaches that we live by faith, 2 Corinthians 5:7, and that without faith it is impossible to please God, Hebrews 11:6. Okay, so actually another weird thing, because another thing that's bringing up, I feel like it's also using our words. Because imagine, I don't know if you're still listening, but I feel like a lot of things that we kind of go through, even though we think them, we might even text them and stuff like this, we don't speak it out, right? So imagine your parents are doing this, but they don't even know that they're making you feel disappointed. Maybe you need to talk to them. Maybe you need to voice your opinion. You need to voice, hey, you're making me feel disappointed. And actually this disappointment is actually making me want to do the complete opposite of what you're making me feel disappointed on, right? And because I feel like communication is such a big one, right? Because it's very awkward at times, right? Like I feel like that conversation would be so awkward, right? But what if you just kept living your life and you had these feelings and your parents didn't even know you were feeling this stuff? Boom. I feel like, could there be an even ground of where you could relay this to your parents and also them help you and you help them? And you guys kind of come in the middle and you guys go, okay, instead of like, oh, well, I'm going to be over here and I'm going to be over here and we're going to keep kind of like butting heads a little bit, right? Okay, let's see here. But I expect that sometimes it still affects my decision. Oh, to be honest with you, I am not very religious. Well, I guess, that's the other thing. With these streams, I just want to say, it's not like you had to be a believer to listen to these streams. I actually want unbelievers to go in here and watch these streams. That's why I keep doing these streams, actually, because we're called to become fishers of men, right? And the thing is, I don't even know if I'm doing them right? But I'd like to think that we're just trying to practice shining the light. I don't even know if I am shining the light. We're practice shining the light. The thing is like, I feel like the whole, like, you're not very religious or something like that, right? I feel like that's kind of a thing, because I feel like everybody has their own little faith journey, right? And I feel like it all starts kind of very very, very small. Like it's just like this little seed, right? This little seed in the heart. And like maybe that little seed is just like you being like, oh, well, I believe in God or something. I trust in Jesus, or I know one scripture or something like that, right? But the thing is that as you start getting older and older and older, right, you start meeting all these other believers, right? And then that's when it starts getting really trippy, because that's what started happening to me. See, I was like kind of, when I was younger, I actually didn't even believe in God when I was younger. I did grow up in the church, right? But I didn't believe in God for a really long time. And then what started happening is I would meet all these believers, right? And they like started watering. It's like we're called to water seeds of faith, right? We're called to water seeds of faith, and we're called to plant seeds of faith. And this is actually what happens, I think, in most believers' lives. Is that in some cases, the believers that we meet, we're either watering seeds of faith, or we're either going to be ripping people's seeds of faith out, right? Let's see here. I tried to communicate with them and talk to them, but it did not work. And so that's the other thing. We also have to be aware, when you were talking to your parents, right? What emotional state were you talking your parents in? Were you annoyed? Were you jealous? Were you envious? Were you angry? Right? Because this is going to play an effect of how your words communicate with people. Not text words, because text words, this is the weird thing about text words, right? Within the text words, sometimes we don't even actually know the emotional state that some of these people were in, right? Like some of these people could be straight out wanting to kill people, and they're like, oh, well, have a nice day. And it's like, you don't even know that, right? But the thing is like, how we go about speaking these words have a very big impact. And it doesn't seem like it has a big impact, but many times it does. But I don't know. I don't know your parents. That's the other thing. I don't know your situation, right? I'm only giving you a very vague thing. I don't know a lot about, I don't know your life. I don't even know who you are. So please take everything I say with a grain of salt too, because I don't even know who you are. So but I'd like to think is just try to be joyous, try and bear the fruits of the Spirit, right? Try to love people. Try to love even your enemies, right? Just love everybody if you can, right? And try to be joyous. Try to be optimistic, even in the midst of your trials. Can you be joyous, right? And just try to encourage people, right? Even if you're feeling bad, try to encourage others, right? Because I feel like that's also what kind of helps people. And that's helped me many times when I didn't feel encouraged, when I didn't feel that if I encourage other people, it kind of encourages me. I'm like, okay, well, I tried to encourage that person. I kind of feel encouraged, right? So if you're not getting something, maybe try to be that change. It's like that cheesy thing. Try to be the change you wish to see, or something like that, right? You see it in the little Hallmark card, right? Be the change you wish to see, right? But it's much easier said than done, right? Because that's the thing, is like when we do that, it can be very scary. Because sometimes the change we want to see in other people might not be occurring. So you kind of have to you kind of have to just send it, right? You just gotta have to, it's kind of weird, right? Anyway, let's keep going with this commentary. Holy moly, this is a long Bible study. I'm going to read this Bible. I guess I don't even have to read this. It's not like I have to read these entire things, honestly, but I'm going to read one more paragraph, I guess, because it's actually, this is a very long commentary. Holy chibunga. Why is this commentary so long? I guess disappointment's such a big aspect, right? We know that as followers of Christ, we will experience disappointment and endure when our faith is indeed put to the test. And the Apostle James tells us we should consider it pure joy when we are faced with these trials, as this is how our faith strengthens and we mature as Christians. James 1:2-4. And that was the Bible study. I'm trying to keep these Bible studies under an hour, just because I'm trying not to have the AC. I have the AC right there. I also have this little fan right there, and it's kind of loud. It's getting hotter and hotter and hotter in here. Okay, let's see here. But yeah, I gave it a go. If you guys want to, you guys could get deeper and deeper and deeper into disappointment as well. I feel like that's such an important topic, man. Let's see here. Until now, I live alone. But when I visit them, the disappointment on their faces disappears. So I just come to the end, my little brother. Until now I live alone, but when I visit them, the disappointment on their faces disappears. So I guess, that's another thing, right? Sometimes it might even be, I have to say, it might be comparisons, right? Like, I don't know if your parents use technology, What if your parents are scrolling on their phones? Oh, look at their kid. Oh, look at their kid. Oh, look at their kid. Oh, look at their kid, And they're just scrolling through their phones, and then they look at their kids, and they're like, well, why aren't my kids like that? Oh, I'm a bad parent. I got to be a little bit more stricter on him or something like that. I feel like that's what every parent goes through, right? And it's all just comparisons, right? And unfortunately, that's kind of how our society works at times, right? We almost kind of we want to keep up. What's it called? It's called keeping up with the Joneses, right? When you kind of go out. Imagine so imagine this, right? Imagine if you lived in a neighborhood, right? And everybody in the neighborhood had, what if they all had 7-story houses, right? Well, what if you were the only house with 1 story because you couldn't afford having 7 stories, right? It'd be a little weird, right? And you'd be like, well, this is strange. Everybody has a 7-story house, and it's like, what in the world's going on here, And I feel like that can play upon the mind. It can play upon the ego. It can play upon your actions of how you think about things, right? Unknowingly, right? Let's drink some protein coffee. Yum, 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 yum. So yeah, let's see here. Disappointment. The other thing I would like to do as well, if you are still here, is to ask other believers too. I feel like that's a very important thing to do because I don't have all the answers. I might have even said a lot of things that were wrong. So that's why I say please take my words with a grain of salt. But I also feel like just get the lay of the land, right? Look on YouTube, right? You don't have to put Christian on it. Just look up, what do I do when my parents are disappointed with me because of my brothers or something like that, right? This is actually a very big, you're not the only one that's probably going through this, right? There's probably been, imagine all the brothers throughout history. You probably ain't the only one that went through that, right? So I feel like that's a very interesting thing to think about right there, right? But also we have to think about the good, right? Sometimes I feel like we do forget. Sometimes we're caught in the rat race, right? We just want to just grind, just get better and better and better. Sometimes we forget where we even started from, right? Like imagine if you became, or if I became a heroin addict. Imagine if I'm just shooting up heroin, fentanyl every single day. It's like, well, at least I'm not doing that, right? At least I'm not it could have went way dark, right? And sometimes we forget how dark things could actually be, right? And yeah, that's actually one reason why I like California. I actually like seeing the homeless. I like interacting with the homeless. I like exploring the city, and it's weird to say this, but I actually like finding the gnarly spots of the cities. I like to see how gnarly things can get, right? Because it actually leaves you feeling more humble about your situation in life, right? And that goes along the same lines of, imagine if you were around billionaires. Imagine if every single day you were just around billionaires. You never saw anybody else. You were just, the only billionaires was your inner circle, right? And you were like a middle class person. Well, you'd probably be like, well, man, I'm really, really poor right now. Like my friends are billionaires. I'm really poor. And you're like a middle class person. Not unknowingly knowing that you might be actually very well off if you were in the situation of what if everybody else around you was homeless, right? And these spheres of influence, right, affect a lot of people because we're all in spheres of influence. Every one of us, unless you are a complete hermit living out in the mountains or something like this, we are all in spheres of influence unknowingly, right? And we're all around these different people, right? And it's kind of like almost influenced by mere association, right? It's kind of like we are kind of within the auras of other people, right? It's actually really strange to think about. The reason now is that my older brothers and father are lawyers, and I did not enter the law, so I expect that this matter has made matters worse, maybe. Yeah, okay, I see. And it's probably just it's literally probably what I just mentioned right there, right? Like, your parents probably want you to be in this upper echelon. Because, like, when I think about lawyers, I think about, like, you know, people making money. I don't know, maybe not a lot of money, but definitely that's kind of something to think about, right? And you know, I don't know. I really don't know what else to tell you, man. Hopefully I have given you some more insight, though. Have you learned anything of what I said? I feel like I don't know. You brought up a very hard question. You're the first. I never would have thought in a million years someone would ask that to me. Yeah, that's a gnarly one, huh? But I tried to answer. You should ask this to other believers. I want to see, and if you remember it, you should tell me what they said, because I'm actually intrigued. You've said really interesting things. Alrighty, well, that is the Bible study. A very strange Bible study. I'm glad, and thank you for asking that. It's always interesting. Like, it's so interesting because, like, these Bible studies are like in real time ish. While there is a 1 second delay on these streams, but I'm so used to, because I've done most of these Bible studies without people saying anything, right? And I'm actually glad that happened, right? I'm actually glad that I started these Bible studies and, like, people really didn't watch them and things of this nature. Because I'm going to be doing these Bible studies now, even if I didn't get any viewers whatsoever. If I got 0 viewers, I'm going to still be doing these Bible studies. Because it's practice for me, right? It's practicing for me to read aloud, to just use my words and stuff like this. And yeah, it is weird. It's interesting that within these Bible studies, there's also the element of people that can ask questions. And sometimes, like, say today, right, the question that you asked, it's so interesting because the question that you asked was related to the topic of the Bible study that we did, but also you made me think about it in such a different level, right? There's so many variables to all this stuff, right? It's crazy. It's a trip to me, actually, and it's wild, actually, for me thinking about that, and I appreciate that. I really do appreciate the question that you asked, because it's like a pop quiz right there. I'm going to do a card draw, though. Where's my cards at? Oh, there they are. We finna do a card draw now. What are you doing? I'm going to do a card draw right now. We're going to do a card draw and see what cards we draw. So we're going to shuffle these up. Shuffle. 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 Now, a funny thing is do you think animals go through what you went through? Do you think, because you know how many times animals, they have a bunch of little cubs or little, you know, because I actually have right now, they're probably outside right now, but I have a family of these little desert ground squirrels living in my backyard, right? And there's a ton of them. There's probably like 5 of them. It's crazy. And the thing is, I'm wondering, are these little creatures going through the very thing that you're thinking about, right? Do siblings have to go through that of all species? Brotherly rivalry or something like that. Sibling rivalry. That's a Bible study in of itself right there. Sibling rivalry. The envy of one sibling to the other sibling. Why does my brother have that? He doesn't have. Yeah, it's like that's a story as old as time. Honestly, right there, I feel like there have been books written on that, man. There have been, like, straight up. Even if we think about the Old Testament, you know, we think about Cain and Abel, bro. You know, What happened to Cain? Cain became envious. And this is the crazy thing about envy, right? Envy can lead to anger. Anger can lead to wrath. Wrath could lead to murdering somebody, even your own brother, because you were envious of what he had, right? I may own a cat, and sometimes I feel that it has deep feelings and emotions. Yeah, I guess I haven't heard that from other people, but I feel like certain animals have different traits, especially if they're hanging around people, right? There's something weird when a certain subset of animals just tend to be domesticated by humans, right? Because it shows that they maybe have grown up within their genetic code or something, within the pack mentality, right? We need to be in a pack or spot, Bring on. See a card draw? Boom, 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 boom. Shapa, sheepa, goopa. Alright, we're doing a card draw, everybody. First card of the day. What shall it be, man? First card of the day is plains. A basic plains. Very nice. I like that one, man. Reminds me of the farmlands. It actually reminds me a lot about Scripture, actually. It reminds me about things about... Something about the weeds are going to be gathered together. They're going to burn the weeds and stuff like that. It's embarrassing, but when I'm sad, I start crying with her, and I feel her feelings. Wow. That's something to really... Wow, thank you for sharing that. Wow. Well, you know what? It's okay to feel things, And I guess that's why people have liked little animals like that. I actually heard something. I don't know if this is scientifically backed up, but somebody brought up... I read this study saying a furry creature... a small furry creature actually does something to the human mind, and it's weird because it plays upon our nurturing aspect, right? The nurturing aspect of our brain, synapses or something like that, and it's very weird, right? And some have said that like furry little animals actually make people happy. When you view a furry little animal, in most people's minds, it actually makes people happy. It's weird. So if something's making you happy, and it's a living creature in front of you, maybe there is some sort of emotional connection, right? So number 2 is plains. Oh, look at that plains. That plains is gnarly. Number 3. Wow, we're getting a lot of lands today. Island. Number 4. Ooh, interesting. Stoic Angel. Man, that card's gnarly. Stoic Angel. Wow. That's odd, huh? Interesting. Oh, man. That thing looks crazy, man. What's weird is there have been some Bible studies that we've done, more so on the New Testament. But what's weird is some of these Bible studies, they brought up like Stoicism with like Paul or something like that. I don't know why. I remember that there were some certain Bible studies and they brought up like Stoicism and the New Testament or something like that. I never understood the cards and their method. Well, this is MTG, by the way. I'm not doing a tarot set, by the way, I'm basically just doing this card draw just to see the artwork and stuff. 4, 5. Wood elves. We're basically looking at the artwork and the names of the cards.
These are the peaceful elves. They don't want any part to do with the war. Celsnia Sanctuary. 1, 2. Okay. Ooh, Holy Strength, dude. Look at this card. Dude, this card's gnarly. Gnar, dude. I think it's cool. Man, that thing was crazy, bro. Holy Strength. Alright, I'm going to do this card draw on my Instagram now. Of a different type. They might be Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They might be Pokemon cards. Let's do this card draw. Oh, greetings there, travelers. It's been a while, but welcome to the card draws again, where we get to observe some artwork, as well as help these artists that are not robots. And I have been noticing a lot of the artists going on to Kara. I'm probably going to make a Kara, but man, I got so many things we're doing. So, holy moly. But anyway, this is the draw we're doing today. Plains, Island, Stoic Angel, Wood Elves, Celsnia Sanctuary, Holy Strength, and for the last card of the day, we drew a lot of lands today. That is a Humble Forest. Now this card's gnarly right here. Stoic Angel. Man, that thing looks gnarly, huh? Now what is cool is this company right here did say they were not going to be using AI. And a lot of artists are putting that. So, the robots, man. Anyway, farewell, everybody. Oh, man, I feel like I should have done, Jabango. Right here. Last card of the day. And that was the card draw of the day, everybody. Now we're going to ride our bike. And it is hot in here. I'm literally sweating in here. I've just been sitting down. You're kidding me, man. This is crazy. I'm sweating. I'm just sitting. I feel like I got to slow down a little bit. Especially since it's getting hotter, and it's getting hotter in the garage. I need to, slow down. We gotta slow down. Slow the mind. The way you talk, you sound like an old man, but you look young. What in the... Well, you know what it is? It's from all the RPG games I've played throughout the years. It's all the monologues in the RPG games. They've changed my brain. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know if they've changed my brain, but I'm assuming it has because... I mean, how crazy is that? Imagine kids thousands of years ago. They didn't have video games. They didn't have some crazy epilogues of people in video games being like, the dawn has risen, the night arises. Go forth, young traveler, into the desolate wastes and slay the dragon and the demons, or something like that, right? But now we live in the age where there's so many little epilogues, monologues everywhere. So... Go forth, young paladin. Go and heal the lands. Rid the worlds of the curses. Become the curse breaker. Heal the people of depression, anxiety, envy, jealousies. We're checking our PSI, by the way. But you don't like a lot of games, then why are you on Twitch, man? Huh? I'm just kidding. It's kind of funny because I don't even like stream any games. But I will say I've played a lot of games. It's kind of funny that I'm not really playing that many games at all. But if you guys can't tell, I did used to play a lot of games. So many games that now it just feels like my life's just an RPG game. Let's put some music on. You don't like RPG games? You like the storyline games, huh? I think that's what Pastor Dudson said too. Are you Pastor Dudson? Alright, I'm gonna put some music on. And it is hot in here. Holy chafanga. Holy macaroni. It is hot in here. Oh. By the way, we are getting into bike riding, the bike riding segment of the stream. Let's drink some water, everybody. Drink water. Water. You've never tried driving a bicycle, really? I'm gonna move these bricks out of the way. Whoop-a! Whoop-a! Oh, where's this one gonna go? I'm gonna change this setting. I'm gonna ride BMX now. Well, there's 10 viewers at BMX Streets. We're gonna be playing BMX Streets, everybody. Welcome to BMX Bible Adventures. I could
cool down the garage by putting these lights on, which I might do right now. I have these lights, by the way. These lights are really cool, by the way, because they're portable. Look at this. You can light up a street spot with them. Oh no. Fudge. I opened up the garage a little bit. Fudge. Am I professional? No, I'm not professional. I wish I was professional. Darn it, I gotta fix the garage now.
Fudge.
Oh wait, you know what I could maybe do? Maybe I could do. Fudge. Or I gotta go fix that. I accidentally opened the garage. I gotta like seal the garage up. It does kind of feel cooler in here with it like that. Maybe I should just have full-on airflow in here. Maybe we could try that. We'll try airflow method today. Having it open like that. But I feel like the hot air does get in. So. Does that look cool? Still looks really dark, huh? Maybe we should have the light right here. Oh, you know what I could do? I could use the gripper things. Where are the gripper things? I think there's one in my backpack. I think that might work, right? You have this one right here. I'm just experimenting. That's what's cool about these lights. You can experiment with your lights. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so I just want to relay. I do, when I start these streams, I do the Bible study in the beginning, right? And then I get into other stuff. Yeah, if you ever want to come in, ask questions, just know that I do the Bible study in the beginning, right? I will answer questions and stuff whenever, but when you want my full attention, I'm at in the beginning of my Bible studies. What was that? Ooh, that light. Dude, it's super bright like this. Now I'm wondering, I feel like it's not cooler in here. I feel like I have to block that stuff off at the top. Because the cool air is basically not even staying trapped in here. So I am actually going to block it off. But I do like this lighting setup like this. think I fixed it.
Shop your new mattress your way at Ashley. Browse our wide selection online from the company.
There's only like one big glow light right there. Maybe if I point this one down. Maybe this one. Look, that's how it should be done. We have one like just like that. I guess I could use this.
this is rad. Oh, this thing's broken? What the heck? I just cut that cable. So. Okay, this one. And that looks like a cool thumbnail right there. Yeah, the lighting, I think this lighting's pretty rad. It keeps the garage cool. Are you just having one? Dude, there's so many lighting setups, it's actually crazy. I feel like it's like super bright. These lights might be a little too powerful.
I don't know how she's lighting it. I know it's cool this way, but I can feel it. And that light looks crazy like this. Different lighting arrangements. This is heat sink right here. Holy moly. That one's gnarly. There's just so much light in here for these ones. That's what soap is. Don't tell me it broke.
Let's see, is this copyright free? I don't think it is. Those are not copyright free. Let's go back to this. This is copyright free. Look, is it copyright free? Let's see. Yep. Maybe I should do that thing what all the streamers are doing, where you get to listen to copyrighted music, but it doesn't go on your VODs or something like that. I feel like I'm getting a little burnt out of the copyright-free music. I guess we just gotta find more. Go into our old playlist. It's weird, a lot of these copyright free songs, they ended up they put copyrights on them later on. It's very odd. Let's see if this one's copyrighted. I think it shouldn't be. Oh, rad, this one's still copyright free.
used to be able to do this pretty good. I lost it. I feel like I see a lot of people doing that now. Backwards manual, grind. We're gonna have a G-turn spot. Right there. Yeah, like G-turn spot. Hard in here. Oh yeah, don't put a steamer on or something. This is copyright free too still. Holy moly, I found another copyright free song. It's always crazy just finding a copyright free song that's still copyright free.
What's he even doing?
Oh yeah, don't put you niggers.
What does he do with his other foot? Okay. You never learned that one. Let's try and learn it. Oh, that's cool. Wow. Interesting. already 6 o'clock? So how's it already 6, man? I didn't even win anything. Rip my armor off. Luckily I was wearing this, otherwise I would have just got a shinner right there, I think. Or something. If it was strong enough to rip it off, then that would have been ripped on my skin. So good. Is this covered? I don't think it is. Bass player is gnarly. Could do it that way. Amazing song. How about we used to listen to this? Is this copyright free still? Not copyrighted. Just not copyrighted.
it. Dude, that was so close. Kind of lost that trick. Oh, dude, I found a new trick. Radical. too funky note music. Hurt. Oh, I got a stab on my bar. Luckily I wasn't 10 feet up in the air and then getting stabbed. Do that. Oh, cool. Nicely done, Judah. I almost did it. Fuck. Oh my goodness, I almost landed it. I was messing around, I almost did it. It's like a turd. It's like a... I don't even know what I'm doing. Steamroller kickflip, that's what it is. Yeah, it'd be a double-footed steamroller kickflip. Or no, it's not a kickflip, it's a crank flip. Hand flip. Dude, that's cool. We learned a new trick. 3 years and I haven't even thought about doing it.
Details. Now more defined. Edges. Now more cutting edge.
Probably put the music over here, huh? is this copyright free? Oh, it is copyright free. Wow. It's a copyright free song. I think with lyrics. Very rare. This song's rad. Wow. Dude, this is a rare song. Holy moly. Copyright free too. There's like an angel on it. So close to doing it. Pretty good. Kind of reminds me of M83. Not M83, it's another band. Right. I wonder if all their songs are copyright free. It's probably going to be on copyright. We found the band before they got copyrighted. phone. Oh, my bar's not moved. I gotta move on a little bit. I'm getting worse up there. Let's see this bondage. I love finding like the stuff that's not copyrighted. It's pretty cool. There's some gems in here. Let's see, is this copyrighted? Yep, that one's copyrighted. Okay, so this guy is posting some copyrighted songs. It's weird, I guess just that one song is the one that maybe I found that's not copyrighted. Yep, that's copyrighted. Okay. Is this copyrighted? That's just copyrighted. Dude, I like found like the one song that's like not copyrighted. That is copyrighted. Fudge, bro. Yep, I'm not going to find another copyrighted one, non-copyrighted one. I guess if we look up that band, maybe? This has to be copyrighted.
They're back! The Bibleart cookie is back at Subway.
Yeah, it is. Wow. I guess just that one song they didn't
The
copyright.
skin you
That's really weird. I think they put this on copyright. Is that one on copyright? Oh no, it's not on copyright. Okay, so this is not on copyright. Observe Penguin Gaming. Good morning from PH. Where's PH at? Is that Phoenix? I don't know where's PH at? I think that's Phoenix, right? I might be wrong. Thanks, Steve. Oops, sorry about that. Oh, Philippine. Oh, wait, I remember you. Wait, aren't you the guy that was wearing the bike shirt? I remember now. I do remember. I hope you're doing good, bro. Today we did a Bible study on disappointment. Oh, it's all good. You don't gotta be sorry, bro. Yeah, it's all good, bro. We all go. Honestly, I'm gonna be completely. I barely watch people's streams. I don't have enough internet to have everybody stream up. If I could, I'm sorry everybody, if anybody's listening, I would have all your guys' streams up if I could. If I had the internet broadband, I just have all your guys' streams on all the time. So close to landing that. Oh, what verse? We went into many verses today. The ones I remember were, I think it's 2 Corinthians 1:10 or 2:10 about our weaknesses. God uses our weaknesses for our strength. It's when Paul pleads with the Lord 3 times to take the thorn away. And then Jesus says that my strength is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore I will boast all the more gladly in my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me. We went into that one, but we also went into reading some commentaries on disappointment. And it was really gnarly. Good timing. Was disappointed for almost a month. Okay. Yeah, that one. They also went into many of the other scriptures, kind of talking about endurance. Well, that's what I remember. Endurance. Also thinking about envy and jealousy. Thinking about what makes people disappointed. There's a lot of things in life that make people disappoint a lot, right? Thinking about that stuff, being aware of what makes people disappointed. Being aware that other people can disappoint us. It went into relationships, like jobs, just normal life. It went into health. It's a very big topic, disappointment, because I feel like everybody gets disappointed, right? I feel like everybody gets disappointed. I get disappointed. Everybody gets disappointed. But how can we make disappointment not affect us as much, right? Because disappointment can cause us to go into depression. It can cause people to be pessimistic, you know? So many things. So many things. My locomotives are feeling pretty good today. I spiraled down to depression. It is actually a PS1 intro. A lot of times I listen to copyright-free music. Or video game music copyright-free. I've never really played a lot of these games, though, I'm gonna be honest. Gonna be honest, you haven't played many of these games. I haven't even learned anything today. Pirated one? I've never played this game. I haven't even heard this song. I just put it on this. This is my copyright-free playlist. How have you been, man? You said you got. Why did you get depressed? What got you out of it? Hopefully the Lord is giving you some encouragements, because we're called to encourage one another. Hopefully I give you some encouragements. Right? I'm sorry you had to go through that, man. I wish everybody could just be healed. You know? Why can't everybody be healed? I want everybody healed. Oh, so close. Do you have a Tifa theme? Oh wow, I didn't know that. Full-time dad, huh? Well, that's a big blessing, man. It's like one of the greatest responsibilities, huh? It's really cool, dude. We should look to that with honor. So close right there. Yeah, but there have been people tell me that my wife should have been the one to quit her job and not me. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's... You know, that's the case. I mean, well, you know what? There is another streamer that maybe you should listen to. I'm going to put his name on here. Let's see here. He's a believer. Let me see if I can shout him out. / shout out XXX stops here. XX. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, I got it right. I'm pretty sure that that guy is in the same situation. I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't know actually. It's not like but I think he has like a bunch of kids though. He has like 4 kids or something like that. So. But I could see how it's really hard. You know, kids are crying. You know. But honestly, it might even be better that way. You know, you're the one that's disciplining the kids. Honestly. Yeah, that guy's a believer too. He knows a lot. So. What's that? Oh yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, I would maybe like talk to that guy, because I know that guy has he just had a kid too. That's actually the crazy thing. He literally just had another kid. That guy knows a lot about the scriptures. I feel like he would give you some advice, and he streams too. He shares the gospel and stuff like that. You're being rebuked, and that the family is not meant to be like that. No wonder the Lord is not blessing me and such. Huh. Yeah, I haven't been in that situation, so I don't. I don't know too much on it, right? But it does make sense. I mean, if your wife is making more, right, that means there's more to provide for the family, right? Oh, that's why I think you shouldn't be thinking about it that way. How I see it is like, you know, even if you hit one person, right? Maybe you don't even hit anybody, right? How I see it is it's just practicing, right? Because you never know how the smallest little seed might like influence somebody, right? Because that's kind of how I see it anyway. But
It's worth protecting.
I've been thinking about this too, because I've been hearing other believers kind of say certain things like, you know, they're not getting, like, it's not successful or this isn't working. But how I see it is it's just like, you know, as long as we keep seeking first the kingdom of God, I'm just saying earnestly seeking first the kingdom of God, right? You know, what does the Lord say? You know, seek first the kingdom of God and all these things shall be added unto you, right? And the thing is I feel like it might look different. Seeking first the kingdom of God might look different compared to some people. Because, you know, like we think about like a crazy, gnarly pastor that has thousands and thousands of views, right? Like he's like a mega church pastor or something like that, right? He's in that position, right? Some pastors are, you know, they only reach 10 people. Maybe only 10 people go to church on Sunday or something like that, right? And then some people are like evangelizing. Some people are, I feel like there's so many different areas where the Lord has us and you never really know, like, and also how I think maybe the Lord has put you in this position, maybe to help to teach other people that you might meet that are going to be in that same position, right? Just like how I thought about that other believer. Maybe there's a reason, right? Maybe there's a reason why the Lord has you where you are at, right? But I don't know. That's very subjective, right? Bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Empathy. What are you doing, bro? Are you just joking around or are you just are you serious? Go to Cali, bro. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could probably go to California and be homeless for a little bit. I don't really know. I don't know. I feel like they track everybody. I don't know. Are you serious? What did you do? I really hope that you're not in some crazy situation, man. I guess it depends on why they're even looking, right? All I know is as long as you have a freaking device, they're probably watching everybody, honestly. I'm gonna be honest. Anything that's connected to the internet. That's what I heard some guys say. You know, another thing as you're a penguin is at least you have a wife, right? I'm going to be flat out honest with that. Because a lot of people are struggling without a wife. Imagine that. Dude, things can always be much worse, right? Because I know there have been many people that I knew and they were just like single parents, you know? That must be stressful. Oh my goodness, I can't even imagine, right? If anything, you should be thinking about mending relationships
keeping good ties with your wife, you know? Yeah, so that's a big blessing, man. That's like, even just having that, dude, I bet so many people would love to be in that position, right? Sometimes we forget about that stuff, right, though? Good. I think my tire's going low. Let's see my pressure went down. Life could always be easier too. We could all be trust fund children. Yeah, I mean that's another thing. Because you have to get... Yeah, I haven't learned the crosshand. I know what you're talking about. That's what Ryan told me too. I just never learned it. Dude, my pressure did go down. What the heck? Oh wait, no it didn't. Holy moly, now everybody's talking. I've been streaming for a couple hours. No one's sending. Now everybody's saying stuff. I feel like... I'm going to be honest, I feel like that's sometimes how streaming is. It's like one person starts talking and then like everybody else like just starts talking, right? Kind of funny. I think it's because they're telling me what the Bible's telling, but my interpretation about it is that women back in the days don't have jobs at all. Well, here's the thing, right? Okay, so Zero Penguin, if you go into Proverbs 31, what does Proverbs 31 say? Here, there's a lot in the conversation, everybody. Sorry if I'm like... So in Proverbs 31, it says something like, where is it? I don't know exactly where it is. I think it's in Proverbs 31, but it says something like she provides for her family. She gets up before the crack of dawn. Right? It says something like that. Yeah. Yeah, see, here, check it out. Here, I'm going to read this. I'm sorry, everybody, if you guys don't like scripture, though. We're helping Azure Gaming out. Is there a penguin out? So I would do a study on these verses right here. See how it says, an excellent wife who can find. She is far more precious than jewels. The heart of her husband trusts in her. He will have no lack of gain. She does him good and not harm all the days of his life. She seeks wool and flax and works with her willing hands. She is like the ships of the merchant. She brings food from afar. She rises while it is yet night and provides food for her household and portions for her maidens. Right? She considers a field and buys it. Isn't that crazy? So, and this is like wives back in the biblical sense, right? So wives back in the biblical sense, they had like money, they had like, you know. I would do a deep dive study on that. Okay, let's see here. During the days when already work. Oh, the 71.5. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I mean, I feel like that goes down a little bit, right? Because my other frame, I think, goes up like that a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I like it. It's pretty snappy. Honestly, I wish it was 18.5, I'm going to be honest. I feel like if this was 18.5, I'd be doing cliffhangers. Boom, boom, boom. Because I know when I had the micro machine, cliffhangers are so much easier, bro. Having a shorter frame makes cliffhangers easier. And, oh, someone said something about the BM. Hey, well, let's see here. Someone said something about flatland. Rap Nation. I want to get a setup for Flatland. Bro, you should be talking to Empathy for Insects. That guy's had more episodes than I have. I don't know if you're still watching this, Rap Nation. Go follow Empathy. because that guy knows a lot about flatland. If you're still in here, I don't know if you're still in here. If it was an 18.5, all the back wheel tricks would feel so tight. Maybe, why I want to try the 18.5 is that Jay, I don't know what his name is. He's that UK rider, but he's running that Aries 18.5, and bro, that dude's all good at the back wheel stuff. And also that Japanese rider. What's that Japanese rider? He won X Games. The guy that won X Games, he's running an 18.5. He's running a titanium 18.5, custom made. Use my promo code. That's how it should be, huh? Bro, when's Terry gonna give you one of those frames, bro? It seems like he's giving a lot of people them frames. The Mahadre. You need to be running one of those things, dude. Dude, I bet if you hit him up, he'll give you one. Oh my goodness, I can't even ride. Yeah, they're like way short. I mean, I don't know how tall I am. I'm pretty sure I'm not. Actually, I don't know how tall they are. I don't really know. Maybe it's just the placebo effect. I just think it'll make cliffhangers easier. I also think, who else is it? I think Moya Flat uses an 18.5 too. I might be wrong now. I'm trying to learn this new trick. It's a steamroller double, or steamroller crank flip. Oh, come on, brother. I did so many, I can't even do it anymore. Jason Ford. Yeah, but I'm running this for now. It's crazy that Cole even made a 19.9. I feel like I haven't even learned anything since I last saw you on the feed. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I'm kind of on like a plateau. I'm not like really learning anything. I think I can do a double It just takes so long to learn flatland. I haven't even landed one thing today. Flatland's hard today. I mean, kicking my butt. I literally have not gotten one thing today. It's crazy.
was so close. Where's my free Madre Hand t-shirt? Really appreciate your encouragement today. No problem, sir.
We're called to encourage people.
So I'm trying to think of ways to encourage others.
It's good to encourage people, right?
Bro, dude, what's that guy's name? Terry Adams. Dude, Terry Adams seems like he has a crazy house. His house is all gnarly. Like, I don't know, does he have a backyard setup where he rides flatland in his backyard? Or is that just like some little park that he rides at? Cause I'm like, dang, bro, like, it seems like he has a pretty big yard. What if the big yard, huh? Right. I'm only landed like one of these. Yeah, plus his garage. Yeah, he must have a super big yard then. I thought that was like a park that he was riding at. I didn't know that was his backyard. What is wrong with me? I can't do anything today. Alright, double flail boomerang. Nope. Have you got boomerangs now? I did one yesterday. I did a really good one yesterday. Or not yesterday, last stream.
This bummer keeps breaking on me.
Oh, it's dangerous? It's not that dangerous. This is actually the safest form of BMX riding. It's actually kind of crazy. There's dudes that are like 70 years old still riding flatland. It's actually insane. Might look dangerous, but like going 10 feet up in the air is like way dangerous. Like, or like going down like a 20 set. Like you mess up a little bit and you'll get slammed pretty good. This one you can just keep slamming all the time. I don't know what to do. What was I even trying?
What was I even doing? I don't even remember.
Was there? Almost. I actually almost landed that one. That trick's the bane of me. I'm bad at that trick. One day I'm gonna learn it, but it's freaking hard. It's a hard one. Are you kidding me? Not like that. Do you have an ICE that your viewers can contact? What is ICE? Emergency? Is that what that is? I mean, my friend lives down the street, and I live at my parents' house, so I could probably never afford a real house. So. Oh, in case of emergency. Yeah, there's some old guys. It's crazy, actually. Maybe not 70. Yeah, I'm actually probably 70. There's probably a 70-year-old flatlander. I'm pretty sure. That'll speak. I mean, I'm riding flatland. I don't even have an ACL in this knee. It's kind of crazy. I probably just make it look more dangerous because I'm not very good at it. I'm still a newbie. For some reason that trick is... So watch, this is kind of the new trick I've been trying to do today. Just sitting on the bike. Trying to do a steamer or crank flip. I can get into it. I'm giving up on that trick. All this stuff is copyright free. It's crazy, dude. Their band blew up because they made everything copyright free. It's pretty crazy. Right here. If you guys are wanting, like, if you guys are musicians and you guys want to get a lot of views, put copyright free on your music. You'll start getting a bunch of views. Depending on, I guess, how you play, I guess. I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, the pedals. Yeah, I actually wear a bunch of armor. I wear shin guards. A lot of people don't like wearing the shin guards, but I'm gonna be honest, I hate getting shinners. I do too many like tail variations. Too many tail variations.
You like math rock empathy? I know you're a mathematician empathy. You like Chon and stuff? Caballero. I wish there was more copyright-free music. This is like the only, I will say, like, for the math rock genre, this band Nurture seems like they're like the only ones that are copyright-free. There's one I really like. Where is it?
And accountability.
Let's do a punch.
To live is to journey. That's why Bridgestone is.
There's one that I really like in this album. Yeah. It will strike you. Is that your friend's band right there? There is something you could do on your Twitch streams. So like the big, you know how like the big streamers, they just play copyright music? There's this thing you can do where it silences it on like Twitch is VOD or something like that. You have to download a plugin. And that's how some of those guys are getting away with listening to copyright-free music or copyrighted music. I'm gonna have to look into it. You guys are wondering how to do it. Because it sucks. Because like, what sucks about Twitch is if you play a copyrighted song, it silences your stream. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or it just silences it. Not this one. There was one song I really liked in here. This one? No, this one. Yeah, they only silence you for that portion. It's not the entire stream. Did I even land anything? What's wrong with me? Because I'm not doing generators. I can land a generator. I'm trying not to do generators, so you guys can't tell.
I might make a rule. If I do a generator, I have to do an undertaker and do it as a generator. This is ridiculous. Let's not do this one. This is fun. Man, I don't know how writers get so consistent with it. I guess I do know how. They just do the same lines over and over and over again. I'm kind of one of those people, I get kind of bored doing the same one over, right? Like getting a contest run down. That was the only thing I've landed all day.
Dry old skin is how you use water cream. A derm-tested cream that offers 9 times the hydration. Maybe
This is the song. Kind of crazy. They have so many songs. I haven't even heard this one before. Jeez. Alien Nation Circle Jerks, what's that? What's his that? I don't even know what that is. Is that tire? Rim? I see, I think people are using the Alien Nation carbon rims. Or is that what it's called? What is this one I kind of want to try? Timed wheel, but a tight chain, huh? Interesting. I like my chain loose. I'm a straight chain. I'm a loose chain runner. That's what everybody trips out too. They're like, dude, you run your chain loose? So nobody really told me I should be running a tight chain. Where's this song at? It must be this one. Maybe. Oh, it is the song. This is my favorite song from them. This is actually the new trick I've been trying to do today. I actually landed it. What's that? Dude, we actually landed it. What in the world? Dude, my jury is off actually. Have you thought about the Revolution Hub or the Clutch Pro? Interesting. No, I'm going to be honest, it's because I'm getting into the trials writing. The trials writing, you need hubs that don't have any play in it. I know the planetary hub is kind of like that. I mean, if there was a flatline hub, I would maybe use, it might be one of the planetary ones. Because it, you know, it's kind of like a cassette, but it's like a three coaster. But it's also just I'm basically running the trials gear ratio. This is a 10-2. I want to be running a 12/18 trial. And that's how I can do this trick, you know? Like, it's really hard to do it on a free coaster because of the play. You know, you can kind of jump forward. I mean, if I got one to like maybe experiment with, maybe I'd try it. But I want to go out and buy one. What time is it? Okay, we might go right outside now. You go look at. I'll be right back. We're gonna go look outside.
Want to know what you can get for $20 a month? A whole lot of style. Actually has 0% interest financing for 84 months.
Where's my phone? We're gonna go right outside, everybody. I can land something out there, maybe. Dude, I got some gnarly clips out on my trip. So I just got back from another trip to California. Some rad clips. right outside. Even though I actually learn more in here, outside just has a good view. But in terms of learning, I actually do learn more in here because it's actually flat. What tricks have you been learning? Empathy. What you been up to, bro? Were you gonna go to the Houston Jam? I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really been to Texas before. I mean, I've been to Texas when I was like a little kid. It's just been so long that, I don't know. Because I know people in Colorado. Actually, I don't know anybody in Texas, that's the thing. Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I know like one person, but they're not in Houston, they're in Austin. I know people in all the other states. I guess not all the other states, but just Colorado and California. Alright, we're going outside, everybody. Hopefully we can land the combo we were going after last time. Oh, you had your dog sit? It seemed like a pretty good jam, huh? Because it's with that dude that's like a NASA scientist or something. Isn't that crazy? There's a freaking Flatlander. That's what's really weird about Flatlanders. It's like, it seems like Flatlanders are like all like, I don't know, we got like a NASA scientist, Dax is a freaking doctor. It's like some of them, so I'm used to like, you know, like people totally not about anything like that, right? It's kind of funny. They need to stop hosting events in private spaces. I know that. I mean, you're right, dude. I mean, that's how One Love Jam is. Like anybody can go there. I feel like it just costs so much money, you know? It's like they should just go into a parking lot or something. All right, let's go outside, everybody. Touch grass. There's not much grass around me. I'm gonna be honest, I live in the desert. I guess my friend has grass because he waters it, but I mean, I would put $100 of my own money up, maybe even more if I could get a contest in a mall or something. Yeah, for sure. You're right, man. Honestly, Flatlanders should just start streaming, dude. I'm gonna be honest, because this thing about Flatlanders, right, is we ride the same spot so many times. It's like you guys should just stream everything. There's hours and hours of content. Yeah, you could just put up there, you know. I wish I had the internet where I could just stream anywhere, so I'm still on the Wi-Fi. You're still connected to the Wi-Fi, everybody. Still here, is there, huh? Oh, let's see here. Yeah, there's no one to see it. Well, I think just like they think like the social media will see it, right? But you are right. You should just do it in some public area. Honestly, they should just do like a flat contest at a skate park or something. There's a lot of BMX riders. See, I feel like here's another thing. I feel that like Flatland did better in the 80s because like the flat riders and the vert riders, everybody rode the same, right? Like there's you go to a vert contest and what are you going to see? You're going to see flatlanders, right? And you go to a flatland contest, what are you going to see? You're going to see the vert riders, right? Like what they should do is they should somehow like go back to the 80s. Or actually, I don't know. That might not be a good idea, but you know, 80s mindset. Man, there's a gnarly raven. I knew this one dude that could like call ravens up to him. One day it would be cool to talk to the ravens. Elijah. Team Elijah. Everybody. Team Elisha. Not Elisha or Elijah. Okay, I'm after one combo, everybody. And why is this not working? Oh, wait a minute. Darn, did this thing zoom in? Nope. There we go. There we go. Okay. And after one combo, we're going after the double bar, fakie, double tail, foot jam tail whip. Welcome to the middle of nowhere, everybody. Welcome to not the city. I wish I lived in the city, honestly. There's nobody here. It's too desolate everywhere. It's crazy, like going from San Francisco to where I live, it's like the complete opposite. Like straight up. Let's see what else. Even Kadama. Majority bots. Like stagnant profiles, like followers mean nothing. Dude, dude, that would be so good right there. Freestyle skateboarding, you're right, bro. There's a lot of skateboarders. Honestly, someone was saying that freestyle skateboarding and freestyle BMX died at the same time. Like Flatland. Or actually, I think Flatland BMX actually has survived longer than freestyle Flatland skateboarding. Losing the Mountain View. It's not fully sunset yet. I got the Undertaker's down on the roof. You guys haven't seen that yet. Maybe an Undertaker combo. Undertaker. Still not bad. What else do we got here? Saw the other line I was saying. Trying that to double whip. A little hard though. I almost landed it last stream. All these beats are copyright free, by the way.
Matched by the outdoor heat. Reclaim yourself with the sharp sweat sprays. It packs a punch.
I don't think I've listened to this one that much. Yee. Almost sunset. There's like a 15-minute window when the sunset happened. I don't know about this beat. This beat's kind of just sound kind of 80s-ish. This is one I haven't even clicked on. What this one's gonna sound like. Like Avril Lavigne. I'm surprised this one's actually copyright free. Oh. A little breakdown to it, huh? What's this one? 2 weeks ago. Wow, this has 5K views. I got a lot of views for this from someone. A lot of people like it. We bad at bar spins out here. I've got to go get ready for a meeting. Have a good one, man. Yeah, dude. Prayers are always good, man. Always appreciate prayers. Stay strong, Revere. Bro, you got this. Check out that one dude I shouted out. He streams a lot again. I'd ask him questions. Maybe he'll give you some advice. A different perspective I don't have, you know? Do barrel roll. Isn't that what's that game from? Zelda? Star Fox? There are so many songs, it's crazy.
Buick. Exceptional by design. Sign and drive is here. Current eligible.
What about Vader no-hander? Kind of sketchy, I think I got it. That's cool. I'm so glad I went for the shin guards, man. I know when I hit my shin really hard, it's like these things just move up. I have to try and... See, that would have probably just taken me up right there. I would have been like, oh, I got a shin, I can't ride it. I guess no, you still ride it if you got a shin. It's just maybe a bit more hesitant. Maybe we should clean that one up. Close. I think that one might have been better there. energy. I guess I need to come up here. Try quick.
At Public Rec, we're on a mission to make comfort look good. It starts with our best-selling all-day, everyday pant. A first-of-its-kind technical pant that's more comfortable than jeans and more stylish than sweats. The secret is in the sizing. With Public Rec, you can choose your waist and length to guarantee.
Eating on this trick. It's really not even that hard. But it's not good at it. I wonder if I can Undertaker combo. Is this really not on copyright? It's not on copyright, it's crazy. This song's not on copyright either. These are like the two, there's probably like 3 lyrical songs that I have found that have no copyright. This is one of them. And it looks to me like you are right where you want it to be. And it looks to me like it's not everything you thought it would be. So enjoy it till you're free. Enjoy it till you're free. Enjoy it all you're free. about double whip to tail tap? Good song. Shout out to you. You guys know what BMX videos is from. Good song, man. Let's see if it's still copyright free. It is. Wow. I just never copyrighted it. That's gnarly.
We've got vision, we've got passion, we've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something, like, you better believe it's happening. I know I'm still.
do that one better. Well, I think you could do three. You could do like 540 tail tap. 540 tail tap, PE, shaky kick flip, half tap, kick, PE, kick flip. I do 360 TE crank flip, fakie half cab TE crank flip. That's cool. Weird. Hey, son. Huh. Hello.
Go on.
Whittle on the beat.
Oh, I don't know. This song is different. What is this one? Nice gun size, should draw something. Oh, I got one. Oh, dude, what about that into like... You could do like nose, can, fakie, something. Nose, can, fakie, tail tap. I want to see someone do a 540 nose pick can to like switch whip tail tap. Yoo. I just see the same lines on the driveway. Yeah, there was the bar back. Oh yeah, there was 180 half cab, tail tap, crank flip. I feel like if you could do a combo from a crank flip, that could open up a lot of stuff. Like pick crank flip into something. I don't know what you'd do though. Maybe you could do a crank flip, land it into a front brake trick. I guess we learned a couple things. Alright, let's go draw something for the Lord. Oh, I guess today. That's what we could do. Do some editing, and then I'll just do like graffiti. Here's the bicycle. This thing's still on? What? I don't even think this strand's working. Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, we did land a new trick today. Steamroller crank flip. Very stoked. I feel like someone's probably already done that, but first time for me to do it. is fine. I love to praise Him. I love to praise His name. I love to praise His holy name. Okay, let's put this up on here. Sorry, everybody, I got to turn the air conditioner on. I guess I'm going to take a little break. I'll put on like a skating video or something. Speaking of freestyle skateboarding, let's watch some freestyle skateboarding. Let's watch Andy Anderson. Or no, there's actually one dude that does freestyle skateboarding. I could put on the Rodney Mullen thing. Rock my sheep in the middle of the weed. To praise His holy name. I think there's any copyright songs in here. There has to be, right? Yep, there's a bunch of copyright songs in here.
look at that guy. Look at that. Rodney was gnarly, man. Dude was gnarly, dude. Oh yeah, we can do some editing. That's what we'll do. We'll do some editing.
What the monkey?
Wait, I ain't plugged my computer. Where is it? Do I need to watch something with words? This has copyrighted stuff in it. Let's watch. Let's watch Dan Corrigan freestyle. Because I know Dan Corrigan doesn't make copyright stuff in his stuff. Do freestyle skaters gatekeep? Okay, well, let's do this one. This was a year ago. Let's see, is there any copyright for... No copyright. Thank you, Dan. You're a rad dude. I'm gonna turn this down, by the way, so you guys aren't gonna hear me. I'm cooling my room down because it's really hot in my room.
So today I'm trying to learn some freestyle tricks. My friend Maria is going to show me. She's just over here solo skating. Sort of like a really random, like, oh yeah, let's meet up and skate, and you can teach me some freestyle tricks. And I don't know if this is common for her to skate by herself all the time, but I like that. So we're going to go reel in that session for her. All right, so we've just been kind of like, I've just been tic-tacking around. Well, we just got done talking a little bit about how, like, what's cool about skateboarding is, like, she's been skating for like roughly 3 years. I've been skating for like 23 years. And there's still a lot that I can learn from her just because she took such a different path in skateboarding, whereas, you know, I kind of went the main line. Even though I do, like, alternative tech tricks, it's still, like, street skating. So, yeah, I guess we're going to go run down the basics, figure out what I can and can't do. Hopefully 23 years of skating helps me a little bit, but we'll see. So, hello. This is Maria. Hi. Where would we start? Like, I mean, I know you have a rough idea of, like, I can do flip tricks and stuff like that, but, like, is there anything in particular that you would think, okay, this is a freestyle beginner trick that he might not have the board control for out the gate?
Walk the dogs.
Okay, so I'm a yo-yoer, so I know a little bit about this. No, it's good.
Walk the dogs are the trick that looks the easiest, but they're so hard to figure out.
I just saw, I think his name's Elliot Frost. He did a version of that recently on Instagram. Where he's going, and it looks like his foot doesn't move. It's like moonwalking. Oh, so that one looks really awkward. So walk the dog is basically, oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that looks sick. So it's basically kick turns that you body varial halfway through, kind of.
Your body doesn't move.
Your body doesn't move? Okay. So it would be this, and you just keep going like that. How do you make it look fluid, though? You focus on, oh, wait. Okay, so if I keep my foot pigeon-toed, it's easier to pivot on, like, the tip of my toe, I think.
Yeah,
like,
you're supposed to stay on the ball of your foot. Your middle foot shouldn't really move from the center of the board.
My middle foot as opposed to my outside feet?
Yeah, the middle of the board
Yeah.
doesn't move.
See, that's where, like, so that's where the separation of, like, the concept of the trick versus the trick actually is to me. Because, like, I think a lot of skateboarders could just kick turn, step off, kick turn, and do, like, a little hop. But, like, to keep your foot straight and to try to make the illusion that it's not moving, that's, like, a whole other ballgame. I feel like freestyle is a lot of subtleties that an outsider looks at it and would have trouble telling the difference between it properly and improperly, because a lot of it's, like, footwork and technique. How would you rate my walk the dog? Would you say that I should move on to something else, or should I play with it for a little bit?
You should try the backwards one.
I'm assuming is front side, so it's just me going this way, right?
Yes.
So
Now,
should my foot point inward or outward?
inward.
Okay, so here. Okay, this is a nightmare. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Here. How do you not walk down the board?
That's the trick.
You do the backwards one.
I can't do that.
Yes, you can. How are you gonna have me try a trick you don't do? It looks like you understand it better though. Okay, that looked good. That looks so uncomfortable. Like, go try this while you're, like, pausing this video right now and go out front and try this. It is way more complicated than it looks. But my foot's pointed outward, I think. That's wrong, right?
If that makes it easier, you can start there.
But the inward looks cooler.
Well, then do the inward.
It's so, like, annoying to, like, know what my body's supposed to do, and then as I do it even slowly, it does the wrong thing. Why is that so complicated? I'm going to be moving on.
Yeah.
That I just got off of that last try. Do freestylers ever take run-ups to tricks?
Not really.
Like they're like...
If anything, we slow down for tricks, unless they're rolling.
Okay, here we go. We're going to say that that's 3.
Yeah.
And that style, this is cool. Reverse hang 10, I don't know what that's called.
All the wheels were.
As a nurse, you're constantly in motion helping others. Isn't it time to take some steps forward to help yourself?
Down, so I don't think that's that.
Oh, hang 10, you have to be a manual.
Yes.
Because we would call this like a hang 10 50-50 if you're grinding like that. But I guess you're right, you have to do like nose grind.
Yes.
So what is it called if I just stand up here, not knowing how to skate?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you grab the nose or the tail with your hand?
The tail.
You grab, oh, so you like kind of nollie to it. Because I feel like this one kind of favors, I'm left-handed, I'm a southpaw.
I'm left-handed as well, so no excuses.
Damn it. I thought I was really getting out of something right there. Because to me, I feel like it would be easier to grab the nose. I'm going to grab the tail. I'm going to do it exactly like you did, or at least try it. Do it one more time, and then...
Oh, yeah, grab the nose.
Wait, you are grabbing the nose.
I start on the nose, and then I grab the tail, bring it up to the other hand, put my foot up.
Okay, so you're grabbing it with your right hand. So when you're balancing in the pogo, or it's not a pogo, is it? What is that called?
No,
Truck.
Or it's a 50-50.
Okay, when you get into the 50-50 truck stand, you should be holding the nose while you're in it with your dominant hand, probably. Okay, watch this shit show.
Please don't break anything. On you.
Talking about your board
or the board. Both.
So I'm starting. Okay, so it's this. To get from here to here, do I straight hop from here, or do I teeter up and then hop from there? In other words, do I hop from flat, or do I hop from tail block? You don't know. You want to do it again and figure it out? As much as possible.
The board is short, you'll be fine.
Okay, but so am I. And also, when I do this trick, I flip heel. I go that way, and I know a lot of people go the other way.
Right.
So for this, I noticed in a Instagram video that you did, you flipped heel too. So for this, do you flip towards or away?
Away.
Okay.
I usually do away. Because it's easier to just push your toes down.
Sorry if you can't hear it too much.
So the ball of my foot is usually like right in the center.
We're gonna do some editing. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some editing on some videos.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I haven't got into doing the editing that much.
It's gonna be like a little jump. I mean, you can. That's a variation of it.
So let's watch it. This is what we have so far.
It's like a little jump.
Might cut that a little bit more. Yeah, we should cut this a little bit more. I'm gonna have to speed that up. Oh, it's already speed up all the way.
I'm scared.
I might cut that a little bit. I might speed that up actually more. I'm gonna cut this just more right here actually.
It might. You do it that way. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe we should edit? I don't know.
There's a flip out, yeah. By that point,
Oh, I guess I should put some clips in the front.
on the truck that you'll be able to flip out.
Yeah, I should put like some bike clips like right there.
Yeah. Basically it. We also have finger tape. Not right now. They're gone.
We just usually call it rail.
That's a run. I just took a run.
Ah! They're so close!
It's like, it's shredded. I know it's just downstairs now. Like, you know that this thing is nothing. It's like getting that much down when you go and you want to look at it. How do I take this up? How do I?
Maybe I should go into this one.
Okay, thank you. I mean, honestly, that's what back. Versus that name, you know? Atmosphere and name. Why? Why? I get the trick. I understand it. Oh my god. It's insane how fun it is to be bad.
Yeah, kind of. Okay. Okay.
I'm doing it right now. It's like 20 minutes.
With the power of, what, Photoshop? Hey, you got this video, this trick in 2 minutes.
Okay, so she's gonna give me some freestyle tricks. I'll show you what I can already do. I can do it pretty good. This is it.
Ah! Now do the one nuts. Yeah!
Okay, so if there's one thing that I've learned about this conversation is that freestyle skaters love everything that Papa Ross is doing right now. So she's gonna do this on a Papa Ross skateboard. She's so excited. First try. That was good. Oh yeah, that was literally first try.
GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Get 1.9% APR on select 2024 Sierra 1500 models. Or current eligible GMC owners get over $7,800 total value.
When you get all you can eat boneless wings and fries at Buffalo Wild Wings, you create an infinite loop of boneless wings.
That board's. I tried it once off camera and I was too scared to like put it between my legs and then also your my trucks are also like slightly loose. I tightened them the other day actually. Well, that was good for first try. What else is for you? What's that? You're the boss. I got
Do this clip.
What you found? What side did you see? Is that how long it was? Flamingo, okay. And I don't know if it's a flamingo that I know about. Maybe it's a okay. Okay, so I have the video where Andrew was doing that, and I'm 99% sure it's going to be a bigger part of it. He did a version of that, and I was like, oh, what if he did this with it, and then he did that with it, and it's like a freestyle trick that's going to be a next part. So I didn't know that that was called a flamingo, but I am familiar with it.
Yes, that, but a little better. Momentum helps. Throwing your shoulders also helps. Yeah, with the pizzazz. The card you're gonna want to push with your toes. Welcome to the party. Yeah. Yeah.
I was like leaning behind this skateboard, like this screen. I'm like, oh, I'm turning. It's like, okay, not.
It was so slow too. You speed it up.
Yeah, that was sick. I encourage everyone to watch this video, especially if, like, let's say they're more advanced, more like the skating realm, to go play with these entry level freestyle. It's not entry level, but like freestyle things that are like part of the main line. See how easy it is. It's fun. It's like starting over again. It's like it feels so much more fun kind of switch for the first time. You're like, I understand it, but nothing works. So the getting into rail and Casper is stuff that I feel like a lot of free skaters play with early on, especially for my generation. So like if you're in your like 30s, early 30s, the opinion video came out with Randy Mullen
came by to say hi. God bless, man. Gonna go stream it. Oh, dude, thanks, Jane. Woo! Blessings to you, Jane. Thank you for stopping by. Keep creating, Jane. Don't give up. Don't let the robots take over. You got this, Jane. Glory be to God. I hope, Jane, that you're getting the encouragement, the inspirations, and motivations and exhortations that you need to keep going. I'm just editing right now. I guess I should type editing. I'm gonna make a new one.
You can do a reel with. Yeah. Yes. And I use my heel to flip it around. No, I use my heel to flip it around. So here, and then my heel flips the board around. Ankle to swivel it around. Like, yeah. No! I will not do that. It's so easy. No! Yeah. That's what the waltz freestyle wheels are for.
Oh, is that like the Kyle Dragon wheels? Is it something?
These are way better.
Wait, whoa! Started off skating first, and then like had an accident, like their head, and then like kind of pushed their way from skating. But then we discovered skateboarding through freestyle, correct? And then so now she's doing the freestyle stuff, which I call kind of as like karma for trying to do the most advanced wheel kick thing that she said is basic ever. I think would be fun. She says she can kind of ollie, so let's just go straight into switch hard kick. Okay, we'll do kick flip. Let me see your ollie first. Oh yeah, so you got kind of a comfortable ollie. The only thing, if you just push your front foot down sooner and keep your back foot exactly as it was, it'll level out. Okay, let me see flick something. You almost did the ollie into the nose truck stand, which is like the scariest freestyle trick ever. The ollie to the nose, which is invented before the ollie. The motion of an ollie is simply just making the board stick to your front foot in the air. And if the board's sticking to your front foot in the air, wherever you flick, the board will do what it does. So just focus on getting the board to stick to your front foot, then flick. Don't flick immediately. If you slid your foot off here and your ankle didn't move, your board's going to do literally exactly what it says. But if once you get to here, you give it a little backhanded slap, it should do something cool. Yeah. That was like a level. You're doing it on a really big board too. This is a, you know, 8.5, not really big, but on the larger size. So I feel like you might be able to do it with 0 mat. I could said that. Can I have death rails too? Like right where it's like heavy. Oh. This might be the fastest I've ever seen someone write. This is a really good testament to how skateboarding is just word control. Like, you know, she's never done a kickflip and played with them. Where she just like figuring it out really fast. She, you know, freestyle. Yeah, you're gonna get this. Maybe not today, but you're gonna get this. So this is a trick she's been working on. I figured end with something that she likes a lot.
Oh, shnikes, I forgot what video it is.
And then back out of it again.
Edit.
Lunch break. That was one of your MVP food right now. Food, I tell you. Me? What did I do?
How big is it? Oh, it's way back here. Should I put it in the front, or should I should probably put it right here? Maybe I shouldn't use this one. No, maybe I won't. I need to edit it more. Dude, I don't like editing. It takes so long. Where does it take goes on? I wait till it loads. I gotta recreate. I gotta delete the other one.
So scary, right?
I guess maybe I might put that one. No. I wonder how Dan. How does he?
Jesus, dude. That's pretty damn high, dude. Totally. Okay, so really? Oh wow. Damn. Dude, I swear someone must have cleaned it up. It's so sick. Wow. Yeah, like this would be unspeakable.
Oh, we could put that one right there. What are we watching?
Yeah. Lock. Classic White Rock spot. Classic. Legendary. I actually had an ad in a magazine on this spot when I was way back. Damn. Three both kicks? Yeah. Damn. I would have gapped to the middle for sure.
Check this out. So we're up on this pier, pretty far away, and we found some plants growing on the side of this dock. Pretty interesting. It's like a little island of growing plants all the way out here. Strange. Pretty cool character someone did. Peace of mind. I like the peace sign. Right by the beach. Okay, so that's 4 minutes.
No way. On front one, and I was like, I'm trying it again. There's no way it's going to happen. I hit my head the second time. And I was like, there's no way it's going to happen. And I hit my head the third time, and I was like, I'm done. Damn. No, I didn't like that at all. So funny, like, I was like, that was such a fluke fail. There's no way it's going to happen again. And it did. I've got a lot to do, so. Yeah. Okay, this is a quick pickup. Someone wants something really tough. So I have a funny story about these spots. The mayor's office is just across the street over there. And when I won the World Championship Freestyle Contest in Japan, a number of years ago now, I was walking through this lot to get my award. And skateboarding is illegal in that block. Everywhere we skate has been illegal so far. And as I was walking through, a guy came out on his balcony and was screaming at me, like calling me a piece of garbage citizen on my way to go pick up my award from the mayor's office. And I just thought that was the best thing ever, dude. That's pretty good. He gets so much shade for skateboarding, and then but the government is actually in full support. Yeah. No problem. We'll take off. Okay. Have a good one, bro. It's my first ever handrail. Ever. Love you, man. Started a big time journey. It's like that tin. It's not even aluminum. It's like tin. so flimsy. How old were you when you did it? Like 12, 13? Damn, that's so sick.
Editing takes so long. It's okay.
Sure, there's a lot of that going on.
I wonder if it takes this long for everybody else. Maybe I might put this one in the front of it.
Oh, got you. That makes sense. Yeah, that's how it feels. Really? Darn it.
I might speed that one up. Actually, I might cut this one. Greetings, traveler.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I should do? I should do this one. No.
Gotta get more butter.
Dude, I have so many clips. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Maybe I should put the trials one in the front. Oh, but maybe I should put 2 videos.
Yeah. So it goes out in front of you. Yeah, that was way better. Like you're projecting it out in front of you. What's up, dude? How you doing? Yeah. So it sucks up when it's like out there. That was good. Much better.
Does that work? I think it does. Alright, I think that's it. That was a pretty gnarly clip right there.
Looks really cool.
That was crazy. That was so good. Sick. It's a lot higher than you guys realize. What is actually? Okay. Yeah, I got it. Of course I got it, man. I would tell you for sure.
Am I on Wi-Fi? No. I think I'm cutting my head off. Fudge, I gotta freaking redo that. I guess I think that still works, right? Did he say faith in God test?
Someone laying down. Yeah, it's a real thing. Really?
Dude, is Andy a believer?
That's pretty rough. Really?
What? I didn't know Andy. I wonder if Andy's a believer. Faith in God test? Why would he say that?
Someone laying down. Yeah, it's a real thing. Right? Yeah, it's huge, dude. He said someone almost switched yielded. Can't even really skate right now anyway. The car's in the way.
And I have so many clips that look very similar. Oh, that was such a good clip right there. I forgot I did that one.
Get his back on that, dude. That was sick. Manny.
This was a dope spot right here.
That was solid. It was, dude. No, I missed it. I'm sorry. Yeah, sir.
Oh, fudge. I gotta make that one a little bit bigger then. Why does it go...
I've seen bad ones. Really bad.
It takes so long for me to edit, bro. Just keep editing though. Like, excuse me.
Looked really good. You know, blood spotting's so good right now too. So you already don't dry. Whoa.
Oh, dude, that clip was so gnarly, bro. That might have been my best flat clip of the trip. Dude, that was so good. That was such a good one, bro. That was such a good clip right there. I can't believe I freaking landed that one, bro. This one took so long. Oh my goodness. I had a lot of clips in that. I might do a couple. Oh, schnick, darn it. I didn't save it. Fudge. Fudge. I just edited that whole thing. I didn't freaking save it. Oh, well. That's what happens, I guess. Darn it. Fudge, I didn't save that dumb clip. Oh, well. I think we did a wing blade on that one too. Is this one better? I mean, that one probably does look better. Let's see. No, that one kind of... This one. Oh, I held that one more.
Got full of seagulls and shit up here. Beat up eagles. Yeah. Santa's coming. Santa's coming. Chillin' vibes. Chillin'. It's part of that energy. It's so peaceful about it. Right? What's a rush? Never heard of it. It's all the time. Yeah. I've ever met it. You look so big, I think I could ride on it. But you seem pretty nice. Have a great day. Thanks.
Fudge. Ah. Man, I don't know how people edit so fast, man. How do you guys edit so fast? Takes me forever. Holy chabango.
Alright everyone, thanks for tuning in. And today's video is part 4 of my trip to Canada with Andy Anderson. We visit the first skate park ever created in Canada, and we also go to one of the coolest skate parks I've ever been to. Make sure to check out the whole video, it's packed full of all kinds of stuff. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and watching, and if you enjoyed the video, shoot us a like.
Is this copyrighted? I don't think it is.
This is the Song White Spot trick.
Greetings, travelers.
No way.
Bro, I feel like I've barely gotten anywhere. I mean, I guess we've almost edited it. How long is this? This is 5 minutes. Are you kidding me? Holy moly, bro. It takes me so long. This has already taken me like 4 hours to freaking edit all this stuff. This is ridiculous. Because I know this video is only going to get like 100 views.
basic trick is hard.
Yep.
Doing a hard trick. That's level.
Save that one. I guess we could do the inventory now. I guess we do this one.
This is the Barnes & Noble dude. It's freaking crazy, right? So we go over here, and there's like this crazy canal thing. Look at this thing. What in the world, bro? It's like this.
Thanks to Gus and his homies. Gus Jackson on Insta. Gus Jackson. Oh, yes.
I got a better view of it. So,
that's a perfect way to end this. That's a perfect way to get out of this part.
Then we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna do this. Then we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna do this one. Then that one. So we're about halfway done now. I guess I could draw something now. We got like, that was a good like hour of editing. But man, that was an hour of editing for 2 minutes. That doesn't make no sense. It took way too long. Right? I just don't, it's just too much time for 2 minutes. Are you kidding me? An hour for 2 minutes?
Yep. Oh my God. Wow. Are you done?
Ooh, this is gonna take a long time, everybody. What the?
That was so good.
We also have this clip. We got this one with the inventory. I guess the inventory will give a good. What is this one? That'll give us a good maybe 10 minutes in there.
Make some more of these. Get that splattered. $5 cheese. Ambulance bro, shit. Same model and everything. Sounds like they're blessing us, so
Which one is this one? Let's see here.
We're back in Long Beach on another voyage.
Okay, I guess this one I could probably put in the front.
9. Maybe 8. No, I think 9. They used to have this really old section over there. Poured out.
We're back in Long Beach.
And this basketball court, there's this weird plastic coating. You scrape your tail with freestyle tricks. No way.
Okay, so we're at 7 minutes 30 seconds. Okay, we're almost done. I may just keep editing.
There used to be 2 of those, like the weird bank, like quarter here. Yeah. Used to be a small one and a big one. The big one wasn't that big, but and that took up this whole area. So I'm glad they paid respects and made a new one. Yeah. That's where I learned how to blunt baby, actually. Really?
Why do I have so many videos right here?
Yeah. That's so sick.
What? Why is there so many videos? Did I stop it? Or wait up, I need to watch these. I need to see which one I should pick. Wait a minute, maybe I should make another video. Should I make 2 videos or just one long video? I feel like nobody's gonna watch the entire video. Maybe I should put the inventory in another video. Yeah, because then I have that one. Dude, I have that clip. Oh my. Okay, yeah, maybe. Okay, yeah, so maybe we'll do the inventory for another video. Because I forgot I have this clip right here. And then we have the card draw that we were going to do.
Purple one right there. That's one of my first ever hand draws. Board slide, backside. Couldn't ollie very hard. Total like truck hanger.
Oh yeah, I forgot we have this too.
I don't know about that young. Probably a couple years coming here before I get that. Yeah. So sick. Yeah, man. Yeah, so little story about that hand draw. I was skating with this guy, you know, we became pretty good friends. He was much older than me. He's probably 11 or 12, as we were saying. Yada. Many years pass. And I have this girlfriend, I'm in grade 7, and I'm in White Rock. There's actually a white rock in White Rock. Oh, man. There's actually a white rock that you can climb up. And I'm chilling up there with my girlfriend in grade 7, okay? And then all of a sudden, this big group of dudes come up. And they're like drinking and making all this noise, like, "Argh!" And I'm like, dude, they didn't like push us off or something. Like, these guys are hardcore, you know? Yeah. And one guy turns to me and goes, "Hey, are you Andrew?" Right? Because I was called Andrew back then. They're like, "Yeah." He's like, "Remember me from Big West? Dude, like, we were skating that rail together." No way, dude. How's it going? Where you been? And he's like, "Oh, I've been in jail." "Oh, just got in jail." And I was like, "Oh, damn." Hey, well, at least he didn't push you off. Yeah, and I was in grade 7 with my girl, and like, all these big dudes were like, "Yo, dude, this kid coming out of jail and stuff." That's so sick. It was so tight, man. Full pads, helmet, just like little words like, "You remember me, bro?" Yeah, dude, so funny. That's a good story. I like it. All the stories are nice to everybody. Straight up.
fudge. Options. Delete. Dude, I forgot I did a no-handed in this line. Gnarly, dude. Okay, let's see this clip.
First try! Oh my god! Alright, let's go across the street. Let's get out of here. Dude, that was so sick, bro. Thank you so much, Mom, bro. Thank you, man. Yeah, I wish we could skate this because it looks so damn sick. I don't think there's any way for you to skate it, man.
Dude, that clip took so long. Oh my god, I can't believe I landed it.
with this guy.
Okay, this should bring it out to 10 minutes now. We might have been. I guess then I have to find the music. I'm gonna put music in it.
Oh, you let it right in the crack, bro. Crack kills.
I actually just might just edit all day today. I don't really.
Thanks to make my life easier. I didn't even do the front side open. You want to see it?
Why does it put it at the very front of the movie? I'm trying to... This needs to be all the way in the back. Why is it in the front? That wastes so much time right there because I have to like hold it and do it all the way back here.
Welcome, travelers, to the card draw of the day, where we're card drawing at this peculiar spot right here, which, holy moly, this thing took like an hour to get this clip on this simple curve right here.
Okay, we should be at 10 minutes, right? Yes, dude. I think that's gonna be the video then. And then I can make another video. Maybe? I think I'm gonna do a different clip for that front one. I think I'm going to take this clip, this one right here, and put that one in the front. Can I duplicate? Okay, I could duplicate this clip, and I think we're gonna put this one in the front. Maybe that one. I think I'm gonna put that one maybe in there.
I wouldn't mind seeing some locals, you know? Wow, that. It's like you got the best of both worlds. You got nature right at your freaking back door. You got an awesome skate park. Wow. This is so epic, dude. So
Check it, John. This is the Barnes & Noble, dude. It's freaking crazy, man. So we go over here, and there's like this crazy...
gnarly ski parks ever. It's some of the coolest videos.
And that's how we edit a YouTube video. Which is probably gonna have barely any views, but I don't care. At least I tried. That is so much work. That was like 4 hours to freaking edit this thing, man. That's ridiculous, dude. Like, 4 hours for 100 views when I can just stream and I get more views on a clip that I get on stream. It doesn't make any sense, right? I don't know if it's worth it, right?
You know, stripping, I don't think I've seen
I don't know if we're gonna draw. I think we're just gonna edit, dude. Just editing. Just editing.
Whoever built this place too did such a good job. The tranny and everything is so perfect. It's just really tight, like built to the specifications of this place. But building something like this, it's pretty good. Man. Good job. Good job.
What the monkey?
So a lot of you guys have probably never seen the movie Hook, but there's a scene in Hook where all the Lost Boys have this like skate park built to this place. Like seriously, this is that type of This is so freaking rad.
Hook? I want to watch that movie now. Do a barrel roll! Yeah, I'm tired. Well, we did a lot of editing today. I don't think I'm going to do drawing. I'm too tired. If any of you guys have any tips whatsoever on how to edit this stuff, I'd love to hear it. But we basically did do all that, and then now I got to go in and do the music part. I don't know how you guys edit your videos. I'd love to see it. If you guys have any tips on how I should edit faster, it would be very, very helpful. And you guys should see how I'm editing my clips, and it takes me so long. For a 10-minute, 40-minute thing, it probably takes 4 to 5 hours, which I don't think it should take that long, right? But I also don't have a filmer, so I want to point that out. Some clips I do get filmed, but most of the clips I get by myself, you know. Anyway, everybody, I'm out of here. I'm very, very tired. I'm just gonna call it no drawing today, unfortunately. Just too tired. Editing kind of took it out of me, but hope you guys have a good one. We out of here. God bless. Glory be to God.